Good afternoon. Today is June 21st, 2021. I'm Council President Cynthia Borrego. Today is the 36th meeting of the 24th Council, and I will call this meeting to order. All of our counselors are present via Zoom. We have two counselors that will be joining us a little bit late, Counselor Davis and Counselor Benton. Today, I've asked Counselor Harris if he would lead us in a moment of silence and recite the Pledge of Allegiance in English. Counselor Harris.
Thank you, Madam President. Please join me in a moment of silence. Thank you. Please join me in Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Counselor Davis. I was going to ask Counselor Sena if she would lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance in Spanish. Counselor Sena? Counselor Sena, are you there?
Muted.
Help if I unmuted. Thank you. Juro fidelidad a la bandera de los Estados Unidos de América y a la república que representa una nación bajo Dios, indivisible, con libertad y justicia para todos.
Thank you so much, counselors. We appreciate you. I just wanted to note, and he's not with us right now, but I just wanted to wish Counselor Davis a happy birthday. And so when he joins us, we'll just remind him. Counselors and to the public, I would like to read some information for the public into the record. As was noted in a press release from our office on Friday, posted on our website and noted on our published council agenda, this meeting has special procedures and is being held via Zoom video conference. Members of the public, city staff, and the media have the ability to view this meeting live through 4 different platforms: GOV-TV on Comcast Channel 16, the GOV-TV website, YouTube, and Zoom webinar. These live streams can be accessed from most smartphones, tablets, or computers. Also, this meeting is closed captioned, and you may enable the closed captioning services on your television or device at this time. For those watching on the live stream, thank you so much for joining us this afternoon. The video recording of this and all past council meetings will also remain available for viewing at any time on the City Council's website. Council staff is available via telephone if members of the public need assistance finding the videos online. Please call 768-3100 for assistance during business hours, which are Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. The council is accepting live general public comment today, as well as any written comments. Written comments received by 1 p.m. were distributed to the councilors in advance of today's meeting. So with that, councilors, we will proceed on to our first order of business. And we will begin with presentations by Dave Yankee of New Gen regarding material recovery facility MRF feasibility analysis. And this is under item number 3, proclamations and presentations. Good afternoon. I see our director of solid waste on, and is there another gentleman coming on, Matthew?
Yeah, he's on the Zoom here right now. So I think
we have him in.
Yeah, he should be right here.
Yes, I'm here.
Oh, there he is. Okay, Mr. Yankees, welcome.
Well, thank you. Can you see the screen I put up? Do you see a PowerPoint?
Yep.
Okay. Thank you for allowing me to be here today. I will mention I'm not sharing my video because I just had dental surgery Thursday, and so I've got a little bruising, so I'm going to let you not have to look at that today. So I appreciate the opportunity to be here. Just real quick before I go into conducting the study, and I'll keep this short and sweet, just to give you a little background as to why our firm was retained. I've got a little over 25 years of solid waste experience conducting cost of service studies, feasibility studies, these types of analyses for cities. Our firm's a 50-person financial consulting firm. We work with solid waste, water, wastewater, electric utilities, conducting cost service studies, feasibility studies, et cetera. Our firm was retained, NewGen was retained to determine whether it was feasible for the city to build, own, and operate its own MRF. As you're aware, the city's current contract with Friedman Recycling expires in September of 2023. So to conduct this analysis, what we did was I've provided here a little brief background on the industry, what's taking place with regard to recycling. We talked with approximately a dozen MRFs or material recovery facilities, and I want to share what we heard from them. And then I'm going to go through at a high level our financial analysis and then provide findings and recommendations. So first of all, with a little industry background, first of all, what is a material recovery facility? Just so we have proper terms, a MRF is a facility that separates and prepares recyclables to be sold to an end user. The MRFs separate those materials that they collect from residential or businesses. That's your cardboard, newspaper, aluminum cans, plastic bottles, etc. Those materials are then sorted and baled and put into bales like in that picture on the right side of the screen. And then they're sold to end markets, whether it's paper mills, carpet manufacturers, etc. So back in 2018, China notified the World Trade Organization that they were going to start prohibiting certain types of recyclables to be allowed into China. They also put in place a very stringent standard of contamination of less than 1%, 0.5%. This had a huge impact across the market for all export-based materials like paper, cardboard, plastics, metals, etc. And you can see this in pricing. When those materials could not go to China, all of a sudden those materials had to find a new home. And so bottom line, you had a lot more supply than demand, and you can see what happened with prices. This is for OCC, so corrugated containers. So think of those Amazon boxes you receive or what have you. And you can see starting around January of 18, if you can see my arrow, you can see the prices dropped for OCC from a high of $180 down to around $40. And they have started to go up again, but the prices really went down. Just another material we're showing here. This is HDPE. So think of your typical milk jug, a gallon milk jug. Those prices stayed relatively constant through the 19, and they've started to climb again here in the last 4 to 6 months. So one of the challenges with single stream recycling, some folks will have a concern that contamination has increased with single stream because people start treating, some folks will treat that recycling cart as another waste container. Sometimes folks will engage in what's called wishful recycling, thinking that garden hose, because it's got plastic or rubber, can be recycled, or the dry cleaning bags. And so sometimes we've seen an increase in contamination. So how are MRFs responding? What are the future trends we're seeing? Bottom line, and we'll talk about this briefly in the upcoming section, we've seen many MRFs investing in additional technology, optical sorters that help to sort materials automatically without having to use manual labor. Also includes robotics and also artificial intelligence. One of the things we wanted to do as part of for this study also was talk with a number of the MRFs that we know that operate within the southwestern and southeastern part of the United States. So you can see we spoke with approximately 12 MRFs in Arizona, New Mexico, California, et cetera. And I think what's really important for this analysis, we visited with MRFs that were both owned and operated by a city like Glendale, Arizona, up there, number one. We also talked with MRF operators that the MRF is owned by the city, but it's operated by a private operator. So for instance, if you look under Arizona, items 2 and 3, the city of Phoenix actually owns 2 MRFs, but contract out the operations to Republic Waste. So we talked with all these different folks. Again, we were very happy with the representative sample, and you can see on this map where these folks are located. So one of the things, and the report goes into more detail with it, one of the things we found in visiting with these different MRFs, there are really 3 primary risk factors that we would identify that if the city of Albuquerque were considering going into the MRF operation business or ownership. There's technological risk, operational risk, and market risk. Technology, in that technology is moving rapidly in this industry. There's a lot going on with innovation, with optical sorters, artificial intelligence, et cetera. Optical sorters can, be $600,000, $700,000, so a significant outlay. Operational risk. The sorting is a difficult, labor-intensive job. Turnover is high. That's one of the reasons they're moving towards automation and technology, because it's a hard job and it's hard to start filling these positions now because people don't want to do that type of work. Finally, there's market risk. With the volatility of the price of the material, it's critical if you're in this business that you must have firm, good relationships with the end users, the paper mills, plastic processors. So once you sort and bale the material, you can find a home for it and sell it somewhere. So the third section of this, I want to talk about what our financial analysis entailed. So I've given you a little background of what's going on in the industry and some of the MRFs we spoke to. Again, we were hired to determine, does it make sense for the city to build, own, and operate its own MRF? So we looked at 3 options under that second bullet, whether it was a city-owned and operated, or a city-owned and privately operated. That would be like what Phoenix does, where they own their own MRF, but then they contract out the operations to Republic Waste Services, or privately owned and privately operated, which would be like a Friedman recycling type of scenario. So just to give you an idea right now, this shows the tonnage that is diverted monthly. The green line shows the tonnage that's being delivered to the MRF. So you can see that's around, using the axis on the left, it's around 3,000 tons to about 3,500 tons per month. And the blue bar is the cost, what you pay Friedman net after you get a revenue share. So bottom line, it's what the city pays net amount. Bottom line, you paid about $3.4 million to Friedman over the past 12 months to process your recyclables. Okay. So when we went in to conduct our financial analysis, there are 3 major categories of costs that we want to focus on: the labor costs, the capital costs, and the operating costs. I'm not going to go through all the detail here. I'll be glad to take questions afterwards. Bottom line, we've got two slides here. This is the cost of labor for sorting. You can see the first column is the public ownership, public operation. And you can see the total cost, sorters, labors, and benefits is $1,064,000 versus a public ownership with private operation or a private ownership with private operation. You can see the cost is much less for labor, $631,000. Why is that? So one of the things we did, if you look at the second line, the labor rates, you can see we are using in columns 2 and 3, where there's a private operator, an average blended rate of $13.50 per hour is what the sorters are paid. Through all those conversations that we spoke with those different MRF operators, that was the range that they would pay. Then for a city-owned scenario, you have a living wage. We went back to what the scale, the labor rate would be, and the closest rate we found was in the B, in footnote 4 here, levels B15 through B17. So basically a blended rate of $14.55 per hour for an employee. Then you have your annual benefits, health and life insurance, which is $11,186 a year, and then benefits that are 31% of the labor cost. And again, we've worked with city staff to make sure we had accurate numbers for what, if those were city employees, they would be paid. And you can see there's about an additional $400,000 cost per year for the sorting labor. And that's not surprising because of we'll run into that when we do these types of analyses. The second slide, this is other labor. So this is the folks driving forklifts, maintenance mechanics, supervisors, et cetera. We used that same type of methodology, okay, and then looked at staffing. And bottom line, this labor is, you can see $530,000 in the first column for public ownership, public operation versus $375,000 for private labor. So bottom line, when you look at labor costs right here, the labor differential, the public operation costs almost about $600,000 more a year. And again, that's because of health insurance, a little higher wage, et cetera. And so all good things, but this is what the cost is, okay? The next cost we looked at is operating and maintenance costs. And in these costs, again, looking at what different MRFs were incurring for electricity, baling wire, et cetera, they were all assumed, and based on conversations, to be about $15 a ton, and assuming a throughput of 45,000 tons a year, that this cost would be about $675,000 a year. And this cost is the same whether it's a publicly owned and operated MRF or if it were privately operated. So this cost is the same, and that's why you see that number the same in all three columns. When you look at capital costs, there are three major cost components. You have to purchase land, a building, and equipment. So again, what we were looking at, if the city were to build its own MRF, how much would this cost? And this is an important cost component. So what we did quite a bit of research on land transactions. We looked at some of the land data that the city had available, as well as research that we did. And bottom line, you can see in footnote 2 for the land, we assumed that you needed approximately 9 acres. The price, we found a range of prices, but about $7.35 per square foot. And so total cost for the land would be about $2.9 million to purchase the land. The next two items are a building and equipment. And we, again, when we talked with the different MRFs, and this is one of the reasons we spoke with all those MRFs, we looked at what size facilities they had, how much they had spent on theirs, and we had a range of anywhere from about $90 to $200 a square foot. So we used an assumption of $150 a square foot times 60, and then in other conversations with engineers, it's a reasonable range. In a 60,000 square foot building, you'd need something about that size. That's about $9 million, okay? Now, I'll stop here for a second, and in the third column, you can see where under a private owner, it's $9 million, and under public ownership, public operation, first column, or public ownership, private operation, it's 15% more. It's $10,350,000 because both of those scenarios, it's city owned. Okay, why is it 15% more? One of the reasons we did this, and we've looked at this for other folks, typically when you go through a procurement process, cities have to be very transparent. Albuquerque is very focused on transparency, procurement, that you go through a procurement process and bidding. And quite frankly, that tends to add cost. I'll give you an example. One of the MRF operators we talked about, he said, if we were building the building ourselves, and he said, let's say we're in New Mexico. If we were building that, we have our own contractor we use. He's certified, PE in New Mexico. He said, we can shave 4 to 6 months because that engineer, he knows how to build our things, and boom, we just hire him and he's right in. And so you have time and cost savings. Same thing on equipment. Again, equipment is becoming more and more important from a technology standpoint. In visiting with the different MRF operators, as well as some firms that install the equipment, the range for the amount of material excuse me, that would have to be processed. You're looking at $12 to $15 million in capital costs for the equipment. It's very capital intensive. So we used a $13.5 million estimate as an average. You can see that in the third column for equipment. And then again, because of procurement processes that have to be followed and bidding procurements, there's a 15% multiplier that's added if it's constructed and purchased and installed by the public, by the city. Okay. So bottom line, let's just talk about the bottom line. When we add up all these costs under a public ownership, public operation, so if the city were to own and operate it, the total annualized cost would be $5,363,000. And that is estimated to cost $119 to $134 a ton. How we get that number there is we're either dividing by, we have a range, 40 to 45,000 tons per year being processed. Under a public ownership private operation, it's a little less, $122 to $108. And again, that is due primarily to the decrease in labor costs. And then under the private ownership private operation, it's $105 to $118. And here you get the labor cost savings. And I misspoke on no, I was correct. This third one, it's due to labor cost savings and capital cost savings. So bottom line, and let me emphasize, this footnote at the bottom is very important. These are the total costs for you to operate. This does not include subtracting off any revenue received for the sale of materials. So this is strictly costs that we're looking at here. So bottom line, what are NewGen's findings and recommendations? Based on those costs that I just showed you, we would recommend that the city not build and operate a MRF. We would recommend that the city approach Friedman about potentially adding optical sorters to their system. There'd be a potential cost savings and could help in capturing more of the materials. Third, we would recommend the city determine whether they want to consider going out and putting out an RFQ or a request for expressions of interest to see if other vendors, MRF operators, would be potentially interested in proposing. There was one MRF operator we spoke to that said they would be interested. The fourth item, if you decide to negotiate an extension with Friedman, there are some recommendations we would make to negotiate on operating costs and pricing options. And then finally, our fifth and final recommendation is we would recommend that city staff and or elected officials consider potentially touring the Balcones Resources MRF in Austin, Texas. They would be glad to host a tour, very automated, state-of-the-art. It might be good for folks to see what that looks like. I know I went a little long. There was a lot of information. I apologize for that. I'll stop and I'm glad to take any questions or comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Yankee. Before we entertain questions, I see that Director Whelan is on. Director Whelan, did you have any comment?
Council President, no, I don't. I just open up for any questions that you guys may have.
Thank you, Director. Councilors, I'll entertain questions if you have any. I don't see any questions of the councilors. So, Mr. Yankee, with that, thank you so much. Mr. Whelan, thank you for being with us this afternoon. We will move on then to our next order of business, which is economic development discussion, and there is none. So with that, we will move on to general public comments. Julian, how many people do we have signed up to speak?
Madam President, we have 10 people signed up to speak. It looks like we're missing 2 from the sign-up list, but all the others are here.
Okay. Before we start our public comments, I'd like to read some information into the record for those who are going to be speaking and for those who are listening. And I just want to welcome all of you and allow you to speak to us through our live public comment. We also have received written comments that were distributed to all councilors in advance of today's meeting. Members of the public will be able to address the council if they have signed up for live public comment per the instructions published on the agenda and on our website on Friday. Speakers will be moved into the meeting room 2 at a time. They will remain muted with their camera off until they are called upon to speak, at which point they can turn on their camera, unmute themselves. At that point, they will have 1.5 minutes to provide comments to the council. After they speak, they will be muted and return to be an attendee of the Zoom webinar. The public comment ground rules are: each participant has 1.5 minutes to present. Comments are to be addressed to the councilors only through the council president. Any disruptive conduct will result in removal from the Zoom webinar. Mr. Moya, would you please call our first speaker?
Thank you, Madam President. Our first speaker is David Parsons. Mr. Parsons, please feel free to turn your video on, unmute yourself, and your time will begin when you start speaking.
Oh, thank you, Madam President and members of the council. My name is David Parsons. I'm a wildlife biologist and a member of the technical advisory group appointed by the Open Space Advisory Board to lead the effort to develop a resource management plan for the Candelaria Nature Preserve property. Thank you for this opportunity to comment on the plan. This is an historic moment where the first time in 44 years, management of the preserve will be guided by an approved management plan and brought into compliance with the rules for properties purchased with land and water conservation funding. I stand in strong support of the plan, which will rewild this jewel of Albuquerque open space system, restoring approximately 100 acres in the middle of the Rio Grande Valley to a natural mosaic of native habitat in support of our native urban wildlife. Additionally, I support amendments introduced by Councilor Benton that address some ambiguities in the plan as written. And in particular, I support amendments affirming the removal of the 1.3 acre asphalt millings pad in the middle of the nature preserve. Construction of this toxic intrusion into the preserve was never authorized, and it's antithetical to the goals of the management plan and in violation of Land and Water Conservation Fund rules. Thank you for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you, Mr.
sir. Thank you. Go ahead.
Our next speaker is Virginia Trujillo. Mr. Trujillo, please turn your video back on, unmute yourself, and your 1.5 minutes will begin when you start speaking.
Can you see me?
Yes,
Yes.
ma'am. Please proceed.
Oh, okay. I have lived here on Veranda Street, which is across the street from the Nature Center. We were promised when it was made the Nature Center that it would not impact us as property owners along this area and along Candelaria. When I moved here, there were farms. There were horses on the corner of Rio Grande. There was a farm there. There was another farm on the other corner. Since then, Rio Grande has gone from 4-lane to 2-lane. And a lot of infill has gone on, which has ruined this area, I believe, but I still live here. I am really worried about the parking issue on Veranda, which is a narrow street. It's a circle. It's only 1 block long. I am very concerned about that because people walk down the middle of this street or close to the curbs in the street. And so I'm really concerned about where we're going to have parking for the Nature Center. The Nature Center has a parking lot. There's also a parking lot at All Faiths Home where it used to be. And so it seems to me that to have our peaceful existence marred by cars parking or going through our neighborhoods is just a bit much. I'm really worried about what you're going to do.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Our next speaker is Peggy Norton. Miss Norton, please feel free to turn your video on, unmute yourself, and your 1.5 minutes will begin when you start speaking.
Good afternoon, President and councilors. My name is Peggy Norton. I feel very unvocal following David Parsons. He was very eloquent in his excitement of the Candelaria Nature Preserve. And I just want to echo that idea that this is a jewel and we are looking forward to having it fulfill its obligation that it was in its original intent was to be a nature preserve. We worked on a few amendments. There's a few that I have had concerns, a few issues with the management plan. I am a member of the TAG. One of them was a pathway that citizens can have because we don't know exactly how this plan is going to play out, and a pathway for them to have concerns. And so one of these amendments addresses that, and I'm really pleased with that. I would like to see stronger herbicide control, but that is a personal issue. I have kind of been opposed to using them on the preserve all along. And we haven't recovered from 5 years ago use. So I thank Councillor Benton for working with us on these amendments. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam. Our next speaker.
Our next speaker is Colby Wilson. Colby, please feel free to turn your video on, unmute yourself, and your time will begin when you start speaking.
Good afternoon, counselors. My name is Colby Wilson, Chief Encouragement Officer for the Boys and Girls Clubs. We're very excited about this partnership on Truman Street, the items on the consent agenda today. I want to thank Counselor Gibson for her leadership and willingness to explore this idea initially, Mayor Keller for giving the go-ahead, and Director Simon for working closely with me to create a win-win for both organizations. Of course, the real winners in this deal are the community, kids, and teens. This partnership is going to help create a state-of-the-art Boys and Girls Club Teen Center, providing a safe, fun, and educational facility for middle school and high school students. This project addresses the need, and with the community bike shop attached, we envision great opportunity to keep more teens active, engaged in school, and on track for college and career readiness. We appreciate your support and look forward to working with the city on this project.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson. Mr. Moya.
Our next speaker is Eleanor Walther. Ms. Walther, please feel free to turn your video on and unmute yourself, and your time will begin when you start speaking.
President Borrego and councilors, my name is Eleanor Walther, and I'm president of the Rio Grande Boulevard Neighborhood Association. There are many things we like about the resource management plan for the Candelaria Nature Preserve. However, we do have some concerns. I guess I'm not aware, I haven't seen the amendments being proposed, so some of these things may be covered in the amendments, I don't know. We oppose the use of herbicides and pesticides at the CMP. About 5 years ago, when herbicides were used, bird populations decreased and the spraying had an effect on the surrounding properties. During meetings about the RNP, a contractor stated that the only economic way to remove weeds was through broad spraying of the fields. We are very concerned about how this will impact the wildlife and surrounding properties. We support more innovative weed management like no-till. We support a neighborhood oversight committee to provide direct community input to the management of the CMP. The plan states that there will be minimal use of herbicides, but does not define what minimal means. We would support a plan to return the preserve to a nature habitat sooner than 20 years. I'd like to see it before I die, I guess. We also have great concerns about future development plans for the tract known as the Tree Farm. This tract of land borders neighboring residential properties on 3 sides. Currently, the tract is used for storage of vegetative refuse from city parks. This violates New Mexico state statute. The Parks Department has been unwilling to commit to a timetable for cleaning.
Thank you, ma'am. Your time is up. Thank you. Our next speaker.
Thank you, madam. Go ahead.
Our next speaker is Dan Regan. Mr. Regan, please feel free to turn your video on, unmute yourself, and your time will begin when you start speaking.
President Borrego and council members, you have before you today R21-166. Part of that says that a draft of revised narrow is near completion and will be presented to the council June 2021, which I'm assuming will happen today because you may not have another meeting before the July break. November of 2019, the NEP 3 report was given to the council. From that point forward, we being the neighborhood associations and coalitions throughout the city, have made a request, continual request, that we receive a seat at the writing table for the narrow revision. The 166 today says that We now need to push out the moratorium on neighborhood associations so that by the end of this calendar year, that temporary moratorium will have lasted 4 years and 2 months. We have not received any invitation to have a seat at a writing table. We have received no ability for public meetings where counselors can sit with the community leaders who have an interest in any of this stuff to have a conversation about the narrow and what's in it and how it needs to be written.
Thank you, sir. Your time is up. Thank you. Our next speaker is Heather McCurdy. Ms. McCurdy, please feel free to turn your video on, unmute yourself, and your 1.5 minutes will begin when you start speaking.
Thank you very much. My name is Heather McCurdy, and I'm the superintendent of the Rio Grande Nature Center State Park here in Albuquerque. And thank you, Council, for your time. The Rio Grande Nature Center State Park comprises approximately 30.8 acres of the 167-acre Candelaria Farms, now known as Candelaria Nature Preserve. It was purchased by the city in 1977, in part through funding by the Land and Water Conservation Fund. The pre-doc plan, which was completed in 1979, was developed to provide a guide for the development of the Candelaria Farm site, which will not only explore exciting educational and recreational potential, but will also preserve and reinforce its existing beneficial open space qualities. In 1980, the city and state parks entered into a 25-year lease agreement that was subsequently renewed in 2006. The visitor center, observation pond, trails, restoration plantings, and the parking lot of the Nature Center opened to the public in 1982. In the 39 years since the park opened, nearly 5 million visitors from around the world have visited our park, enjoying nature walks, birding, and photography, as well as educational programs and festivals. During fiscal year 19, which was prior to COVID restrictions, we had more than 420 classes of students that participated in guided programs that were offered by rangers and trained environmental educators. New Mexico State Parks is in support of the proposed plan, provided it's in compliance with the Land and Water Conservation Fund. The resource management plan will expand the current restored native habitat of the Rio Grande Nature Center State Park. Access to the new native habitat will be through guided programs, citizen science projects.
Thank you, ma'am. Your time is up.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Steve Ewing. Mr. Ewing, please feel free to turn your video on, unmute yourself, and your time will begin when you start speaking.
Hi, my name is Steve Ewing. Can you hear me and see me? Hello?
Yes, sir. Please proceed.
I live adjoined, I adjoin the tree farm of the Candelaria Nature Preserve. I'd ask for 3 requests from the EPC and the City Council. Number 1, clean the site up completely within 60 days. They've had years and keep saying they're going to do it. They haven't. It's open space. They need to make it safe. Number 2, there should be an oversight committee. We were not surrounding the tree farm. We were not notified or knew of the problem with the tree farm until this happened. It was too late. It was already predetermined. Number 3, I would like the language added by the EPC at their 12/10/20 meeting, 16E, trash and other waste materials shall be forbidden from the tree nursery. 16H, the commission questions the appropriateness of uses like refuse transfer, green waste transfer, and landscape material trash at the tree farm site, which is in direct contact with 3 residential neighborhoods. Furthermore, noise, dust, and odors are a concern. It would be appropriate for the Parks Department to indicate in the plan that these are not to be done at this site. There are other sites in the city that are more appropriate for this kind of use. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ewing. Madam President, we had 2 other folks signed up to speak, but they haven't shown up in the attendees of the webinar, so that will conclude public comments.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for your comments. Council always appreciates hearing what your thoughts are, and with that, we will move on to our next item of business, and that is our question and answer period from the administration. And I've only received 1 request from Councilor Senna. Councilor Senna, would you like to proceed?
Thank you, Madam President. And this question is for the administration. I just know with the anticipated date of 100% opening of the state in terms of lifting the restrictions being July 1st, what's the city's plan to resume services like our bus routes or opening of facilities? I know that one near and dear to my heart is already starting to begin its process of fully opening is the Los Volcanes Senior Center. So I just wanted an update since we won't be able to hear, till our next meeting. So
we'll turn to, I believe, Sarita Nair. Sarita?
Yes, thank you, Council President Borrego, Councilor
you.
Senna. Great question. We've actually been planning for a full reopening sometime in July for about 2 months. We just kind of picked up the signals at the national level and realized this train was coming. So we have the full reopening plan is of course available on our website, but to give you the short answer, by the end of July, most things should be back to normal. And as you mentioned, most things are back to open at some level of percentage. And so the couple of things that will be lagging will be, we do want to take our time in getting all the bus routes back online. And in some of those, as we talk about in the reopening plan, there might be smaller buses used on some of the less populated routes while we get our drivers back up to speed. And then masks will continue to be required on the buses as long as the federal agencies require that. Similarly, the airport is back up to normal, but it also continues to have a mask requirement that comes from the FAA. But most of our facilities are back open, and again, many will go to full open on July 1st, and all will be back to full open by the end of July.
Counselor?
Thank you for that.
Council President Borrego, if I may, just one more thing I forgot to mention. We really wanted to thank Crystal and the entire staff for all of their help in getting everything onto the agenda for this meeting. I know it was a heavy lift and we really appreciate everyone's work on that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Nair. And for those of you who do not know who Ms. Nair is, she's our Chief Administrative Officer for the city. And I also see one of the deputy chiefs is Lawrence Rael in the conference room. Thank you so much. Any other questions of the council? Councilors? Does not appear so. Thank you so much. We will move on with that to item number 7, which is communications and introductions. Are there any changes to the letter of introduction? Councilors, Councilor Gibson? Councilor Gibson?
Yes, thank you, Madam President. Sorry about that. I move the approval for the June 7th journal.
Before we go that, I think I jumped to 7 and we are on 6. It's the journal. So go ahead, Councilor Gibson.
I move approval of the June 7th journal.
And there's a second from Councilor Senna. Any questions, councilors? If not, we will proceed to the vote. Ms. Ortega.
Councilor Bassan.
Yes.
Councilor Benton.
Yes.
Councilor Davis.
Yes.
Councilor Gibson.
Yes.
Councilor Harris.
Yes.
Councilor Jones.
Yes.
Councilor Pena. I believe she's excused at the moment. Councilor Senna.
Yes.
Councilor Borrego.
Yes.
8-0.
Councilors, I'll just mention that Councilor Pena is going to be joining us soon also. I believe that she had another minor commitment, but said that she would be joining us. So with that, we will move to communications and introductions. Are there any changes to the letter of introduction, councilors? Councilor Gibson?
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the rules be suspended for the purpose of placing OC 35 on today's agenda for action. OC 35 is the selection of the Inspector General.
Thank you, Councilor.
Excuse me.
And I will second your motion, and I see another second from Councilor Senna. Are there any questions, councilors? Before we go to the vote, I will just inform the councilors that we need a 2/3 majority of councilors present to vote on this item. So we will move to Ms. Ortega.
Councilor Bassan.
Yes.
Councilor Benton.
Yes.
Counselor Davis,
Yes.
Counselor Gibson,
Yes.
Counselor Harris,
Yes.
Counselor Jones,
Yes.
Counselor Pena, excused, Counselor Sena,
Yes.
Counselor Borrego,
Yes.
8-0.
Thank you, Counselor. That motion passes on an 8-0 vote. Counselor Gibson, we will move to the next item.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the rules be suspended for the purpose of placing EC 386 on today's agenda for action. EC 386 is the lease of 3333 Truman Street Northeast to the Boys and Girls Club of Central New Mexico.
Thank you, counselors. You have a second from Counselor Sena. Are there any questions on this particular item, counselors? And before we go to the vote, counselors, I would also remind us that we need 2/3 of the counselors present to vote on this in order for it to pass. Ms. Ortega.
Counselor Bassan,
Yes.
Counselor Benton,
Yes.
Counselor Davis,
Yes.
Counselor Gibson,
Yes.
Counselor Harris,
Yes.
Counselor Jones,
Yes.
Counselor Sena,
Yes.
Counselor Borrego,
Yes.
8-0.
Thank you, counselors. That motion passes on an 8-0 vote. The next order of business is sponsored by Counselor Pena and Counselor Sena. Counselor Sena, would you like to present this?
Yes, thank you, Madam President. I move that the rules be suspended for the purpose of placing R180 on today's agenda for action. R180 is dedicating the section of Coors Boulevard from Central Avenue South to Bernalillo County limits to honor the life and service of Father Graham Golden, Oprium, and to urge the New Mexico Legislature and the New Mexico Department of Transportation to make the same dedication.
Thank you, Counselor. I'll second that motion. Counselors, are there any questions? I would remind the counselors that we need 2/3 of the counselors present to vote on this in order for it to pass. Ms. Ortega.
Counselor Bassan,
Yes.
Counselor Benton, Counselor Benton, Counselor Davis,
Yes.
Counselor Gibson,
Yes.
Counselor Harris,
Yes.
Counselor Jones,
Yes.
Counselor Sena,
Yes.
Counselor Borrego,
Yes.
Counselor Benton, passes on a 7-0 vote with Benton and Pena excused.
It appears that Counselor Benton has stepped away for a moment, so that motion does pass on a 2/3 majority of the counselors present. That was a 7-0. Thank you, counselors. We will move on to the next order of business, which is sponsored by Counselor Davis and Counselor Benton. Would one of you care to present this? I think Counselor Davis, Counselor Benton has stepped away.
Sure, just for the purposes of getting it on the record, I move that the rules be suspended for the purpose of placing R179 on today's agenda for action. R179 declares the intent of the City Council to consider for adoption a resolution approving the formation of the South Campus TID.
Thank you, Counselor, and I have a second from Counselor Benton, who's rejoined us. I would ask the counselors if there are any questions. If not, I would just let everyone know that we need 2/3 of the counselors present to pass this particular item. So with that, I'll move to Ms. Ortega.
Counselor Bassan,
Yes.
Counselor Benton,
Yes.
Counselor Davis,
Yes.
Counselor Gibson,
Yes.
Counselor Harris,
Yes.
Counselor Jones,
Yes.
Counselor Sena,
Yes.
Counselor Borrego,
Yes.
8-0.
Thank you, counselors. That motion passes on an 8-0 vote. The next item is mine. I will move that the rules be suspended for the purpose of placing EC 385 on today's agenda for action. EC 385 is the mayor's recommendation of award to SSA Group LLC for the Albuquerque Biopark Retail Concession Services. Do I have a second? I have a second from Counselor Sena. Thank you for that second, Counselor Sena. Any questions, counselors? Does not appear so. We also, counselors, need a 2/3 majority of the counselors present in order for this to pass. Ms. Ortega.
Counselor Bassan,
Yes.
Counselor Benton,
Yes.
Counselor Davis,
Yes.
Counselor Gibson,
Yes.
Counselor Harris,
Yes.
Counselor Jones,
Yes.
Counselor Sena,
Yes.
Counselor Borrego,
Yes.
8-0.
Thank you, Counselor. That motion passes on an 8-0 vote. The next item is also my item. I move that the rules be suspended for the purpose of placing EC 387 on today's agenda for action. EC 387 is approval of an amendment to economic development lease agreement between the State Land Office and the City of Albuquerque. I need a second on this. Counselor Sena, thank you for the second. I would entertain any questions that the council would have. I do not see any questions. Councilors, I would remind us that we need 2/3 of majority of the councilors present in order for this to pass. Ms. Ortega.
Counselor Bassan,
Yes.
Counselor Benton,
Yes.
Counselor Davis,
Yes.
Counselor Gibson,
Yes.
Counselor Harris,
Yes.
Counselor Jones,
Yes.
Counselor Sena,
Yes.
Counselor Borrego,
Yes.
8-0.
Thank you, councilors. We will move on to the last item under this particular order of business. I move that the rules be suspended for the purpose of placing EC 388 on today's agenda for action. EC 388 is approving a sublease agreement between the City of Albuquerque and Netflix Studios, LLC. Do I have a second? Counselor Sena, thank you for that second. Counselors, do we have any questions regarding this particular item? I do not see any hands. Counselors, I would remind us that we need 2/3 majority of the counselors present in order for this to pass. Ms. Ortega.
Counselor Bassan,
Yes.
Counselor Benton,
Yes.
Counselor Davis,
Yes.
Counselor Gibson,
Yes.
Counselor Harris,
Yes.
Counselor Jones,
Yes.
Counselor Sena,
Yes.
Counselor Borrego,
Yes.
8-0.
Thank you, Ms. Ortega. That motion passes on an 8-0 vote. Counselor Gibson.
I move approval of the letter of introduction.
Thank you, Counselor Gibson. I would second your motion, and I see a second from Counselor Sena as well. Are there any questions before we go to the vote? I do not see any questions. Ms. Ortega.
Counselor Bassan,
Yes.
Counselor Benton,
Yes.
Counselor Davis,
Yes.
Counselor Gibson,
Yes.
Counselor Harris,
Yes.
Counselor Jones,
Yes.
Counselor Sena,
Yes.
Counselor Borrego,
Yes.
8-0.
Thank you, counselors. The letter of introduction passes on an 8-0 vote. I would move on to item number 8, which is reports of committees. Counselor Bassan.
Thank you, Madam President. The Finance and Government Operations Committee met on Monday, June 14th, and reports out the following items. In the matter of EC 343, 348, 349, 350, 351, 352, 353, 354, 355, 356, that they be approved and be acted on at the meeting at which they are reported. In the matter of R131, that it be withdrawn by the sponsor. In the matter of R160 and R173, that they do pass. In the matter of R163, that they do pass as amended. In the matter of R176, that it do pass as amended and be acted on at the meeting at which it is reported. In the matter of R161, 167, 168, 172, 174, and 177, that they do pass and be acted on at the meeting at which they are reported. In the matter of O49 and O67, that they be without recommendation. In the matter of R178, that it be without recommendation and be acted on at the meeting at which it is reported. I make a motion to accept the committee reports.
Thank you, Counselor. And I see a second from Counselor Gibson and Counselor Sena. So we need a vote on this, Ms. Ortega.
Counselor Bassan,
Yes.
Counselor Benton,
Yes.
Counselor Davis,
Yes.
Counselor Gibson,
Yes.
Counselor Harris,
Yes.
Counselor Jones,
Yes.
Counselor Sena,
Yes.
Counselor Borrego,
Yes.
8-0.
Thank you, counselors. That passes on an 8-0 vote. Counselor Sena.
The Public Safety Committee met on Tuesday, June 15th, and reports out the following item. In the matter of EC 373, that it be approved and be acted on at the meeting at which it is reported. I make a motion to accept the committee report.
Thank you, counselors. And you have a second from Counselor Bassan. We would need a vote on this. Ms. Ortega.
Counselor Bassan,
Yes.
Counselor Benton,
Yes.
Counselor Davis,
Yes.
Counselor Gibson,
Yes.
Counselor Harris,
Yes.
Counselor Jones. Counselor Jones?
Yes.
Thank you. Counselor Sena,
Yes.
Counselor Borrego,
Yes.
8-0.
Thank you, counselors. That motion passes on an 8-0 vote. Counselor Jones.
Thank you, Madam President. The Land Use Planning and Zoning Committee met on Wednesday, June 16th, and reports out the following items. In the matter of EC 370, that it be confirmed and be acted on at the meeting in which it is reported. In the matter of EC 378, that receipt be noted. In the matter of R 171, that it do pass and be acted on at the meeting in which it is reported. I make a motion to accept the committee reports.
Thank you, Counselor Jones. You have a second from Counselor Benton and Counselor Bassan. It appears that we need a vote on this item as well, Ms. Ortega.
Counselor Bassan,
Yes.
Counselor Benton,
Yes.
Counselor Davis,
Yes.
Counselor Gibson,
Yes.
Counselor Harris.
Yes.
Thank you. Counselor Jones,
Yes.
Counselor Sena,
Yes.
Counselor Borrego,
Yes.
8-0.
Thank you, counselors. We have concluded with that order of business, so we will move on to deferrals and withdrawals. Counselors, do we have any deferrals or withdrawals at this time? I would move to Counselor Davis and Counselor Benton, 050.
Madam President, I would move that we defer 050 until our August 2nd meeting.
Thank you, Counselor Davis. Do I have a second? Counselor Benton, thank you for that second. It has been moved and seconded until that we defer this item until August 2nd. We will move to a vote. Ms. Ortega.
Counselor Bassan,
Yes.
Counselor Benton,
Yes.
Counselor Davis,
Yes.
Counselor Gibson,
Yes.
Counselor Harris,
Yes.
Counselor Jones,
Yes.
Counselor Sena,
Yes.
Counselor Borrego,
Yes.
8-0 on the deferral to August 2nd.
Thank you, counselors. That item has been deferred to August the 2nd, and that was 050. We will move on now to item number R156. Counselor Sena.
Thank you, Madam President. R156 is a nuisance substandard dwelling or structure in need of abatement at 832 Estancia Drive Northwest. I move deferral until August 2nd.
Thank you, Counselor Sena. And I see a second from Counselor Gibson and Counselor Bassan. So with that, we will move to defer this item until August 2nd with our vote. Ms. Ortega.
Counselor Bassan,
Yes.
Counselor Benton,
Yes.
Counselor Davis,
Yes.
Counselor Gibson,
Yes.
Counselor Harris,
Yes.
Counselor Jones,
Yes.
Counselor Pena,
Yes.
Counselor Sena,
Yes.
Counselor Borrego,
Yes.
9-0 on the deferral to August 2nd.
Thank you, counselors. And I would just let the record show that Counselor Pena has joined us. We will move on to item number 9, which is the consent agenda. Are there any changes to the consent agenda, counselors? Counselor Bassan. Before we go on to you, Counselor Bassan, I just want to read this into the record really quickly. For the individuals on tonight's consent agenda who are being appointed to serve on a board or commission and who may be watching from home, thank you for your willingness to serve. Counselor Bassan.
Thank you, Madam President. I would like to pull EC 21343 from the consent agenda, please.
Do we need a second for that? Nope. Okay, Counselor Bassan, then I will move with that. Are there any other items, counselors? If not, Counselor Gibson.
Thank you, Madam President. I move approval of the consent agenda.
And I have a second from Counselor Sena. Counselors, any questions? If not, we will move on to the vote. Ms. Ortega.
Counselor Bassan,
Yes.
Counselor Benton,
Yes.
Counselor Davis,
Yes.
Counselor Gibson,
Yes.
Counselor Harris,
Yes.
Counselor Jones,
Yes.
Counselor Pena,
Yes.
Counselor Sena,
Yes.
Counselor Borrego,
Yes.
9-0.
Thank you, counselors. That motion passes on a 9-0 vote. So with that, we will move on to our announcements, counselors. Pardon me, counselors, just 1 second.
Madam President, at this point, we should move to EC 343, the item that was pulled off the consent agenda by Councilor Bassan.
Okay, Councilor Bassan, we're gonna, before we move on to item number 11, we are going to move to you to discuss item EC 21-343.
Thank you, Madam President. I was reading through the staff write-up and noticed that there's not a lot of detail on what's transpiring to improve the financial stability of low and moderate income households. So I'm wondering if we can hear a little bit more about what's being done and what specifically will be done with an additional $35,000.
Who would be prepared to answer that question? Ms. Nair?
Thank you, Council President Borrego and Councilor Bassan. The contract that's on the agenda tonight for approval is for Karen Myers, who was really helped us found and really built out our consumer financial protection initiative. So there are a few different parts to that. One of them was just launched last week called Bank Albuquerque, which is targeted at getting folks who are unbanked into the banking system. And it's a partnership with a number of local banks where they're offering low cost and not complicated financial products to get folks into the banks instead of using expensive services like check cashing and payday lenders. And that's been a really exciting thing that Karen has worked on and will continue to close out with this contract extension. In addition, we established the Financial Navigators Program, which the council approved funding for through the ARPA program most recently, and also through some CARES funding last year. And that is a program that helps folks who were affected by the pandemic, but also can exist without the pandemic, to navigate the variety of things, everything from, small business loans to how to apply for the earned income tax credit, and all of that information is available on our website. The CFPI has also worked on initiatives such as the Solar Scam program, which got quite a bit of coverage in the media and did come, I believe, before the council as an informational presentation that has to do with the folks who go door to door, and as opposed to our well-established solar industry here in New Mexico, these are folks who are trying to take advantage of people by offering essentially credit-based programs that purport to bring the benefits of solar, but often don't pay off in the long run. And there are a variety of smaller projects too that fall under that office, but including the ability to take complaints from the public about consumer financial problems and scams. So the Scam Squad was another one that was launched last year that was focused on helping small businesses, many of whom are still people who are struggling with things like wealth creation, to identify some of the scams that especially were preying on people during the pandemic and preying on small businesses. So that's just an overview of the portfolio of the CFPI's work, and we'd be happy to have them come do a presentation. It has been a minute since they've done that, but that's what that contract is related to.
Thank you, Madam President, if I may.
Go ahead, Councilor.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Nair. It's nice to be able to put the 2 and 2 together. So I appreciate having that explanation with it. And I really was excited to see the Bank Albuquerque thing. That's pretty cool. And I'm sure it's going to be hopefully utilized by many people. But with the additional funding, is there other tricks up the sleeve for this, or is this just kind of so that we can kind of supplement and keep moving forward with the progress that we've made so far?
Council President Borrego and Councilor Bassan, it is really closing that work and sort of landing the plane on all the work that Karen's done with the office. She is retiring and we have a new person coming in, and so it's making sure that we're good on that handoff, and she will continue to assist on matters coming before the state legislature that affect consumer financial protection things, and that's what this closeout is for.
Thank you, Ms. Nair. Thank you, Madam President. I'm happy with the clarification we got.
Thank you, Councilor. I see that Councilor Sena has a question also.
Thank you, Madam President. It's not so much a question, but I also just wanted to mention some of the work that Karen Myers has been working closely with even myself on some of the questions, and even a bill that will be coming before us later on our emergency evictions rental assistance. And she's been really instrumental in providing a lot of that guidance. We're really fortunate to have her, as she's been in this industry for quite some time, whether it was the federal government and the state legislature and addressing our housing income. And also just anytime I have a question regarding affordable housing or apartment complexes with security deposits, she's been very helpful in providing some of that guidance. So I just want to extend my appreciation. And I know that we're transitioning as she wants to retire, but she did state that she'll still pick up my phone calls through that. And I hope that the next transition and the individual that will be taking up this position will really be open to council's questions, as well as I know that we'll still be unfortunately having issues around consumer and financial protections throughout the city. So I just wanted to extend my gratitude to her and really hope that the next person that takes on this role will still be receptive to my calls. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Sena. So with that, I believe that I still need a motion to move this forward as part of the consent agenda. Councillor Bassan, would you be prepared to make that motion?
Yes, ma'am. I make a motion to approve EC 21-343.
Thank you. And I see a second from Councillor Sena. With no further questions, I will move to the vote. Ms. Ortega.
Councillor Bassan.
Yes.
Councillor Benton.
Yes.
Councillor Davis.
Yes.
Councillor Gibson.
Yes.
Councillor Harris.
Yes.
Councillor Jones.
Yes.
Councillor Pena. Councillor Pena. Councillor Sena.
Yes.
Councillor Borrego.
Yes.
8-0 with Pena excused.
Thank you, councillors. That concludes our consent agenda.
Figured as much.
We have some announcements. Councillor Bassan.
Thank you, Madam President. There will be an Albuquerque-Bernalillo County Government Commission meeting on Thursday, June 24th at 5 p.m. via Zoom video conference.
Thank you, Councillor Bassan. And the next item is mine. There will be a special City Council meeting on Friday, June 25th at 3 p.m. via Zoom video conference. And that item is to discuss O2170, amending the Labor Manager Relations Ordinance to ensure compliance with changes to state law regarding public employee bargaining in accordance with direction provided by the State of New Mexico Public Employee Labor Relations Board. Thank you, councilors. With that item, that concludes our announcements. We do not have any public hearings this evening, councilors. And so that concludes item 12. Item number 13. Item number 13 is OC 35, selection of the Inspector General. And the Accountability and Government Oversight Committee selected top 3 qualified candidates in the following ranked order. Number 1, Melissa Santisteban. Number 2, Gregory McCormick. Number 3, Richard Holmgreen. All 3 individuals are available to address the council if we have questions or would like to hear from them. The council rules provide a procedure for appointments made by the council, and we are following that procedure this evening. Albeit remote, given the format of our virtual meetings, each councilor is to send an email to our council clerk, Ms. Ortega, indicating the order of their preference. The email shall include 3, and if you cannot send an email, you can also send a text. This should include the top 3 names indicated as number 1 next to the same of your first preference, number 2 next to the name of your second preference, and number 3 next to the name of your third preference. Ms. Ortega's email address is cortega@cabq.gov. Do I need a second on this? I do. So do I have a second, councilors? I move this item and then we're going to move to table it.
Madam President, if you'd like, would you or the other counselors like to hear from the candidates? They are in the Zoom meeting at the moment.
Yes, I have a second from Counselor Davis to move this item. And if any of the counselors would like these individuals to speak, they are prepared to speak in the Zoom conference room. Counselor Sena, Counselor Bassan. It appears that Mr. Hogan is not with us this evening, just so home green, just so you all know. Counselor Sena and then Counselor Bassan.
Thank you, Madam President. I would like to hear at least 2-minute remarks from the candidates that are present today.
Thank you, Counselor Sena. Counselor Bassan, did you have the same request?
Yes, Madam President. Thank
Similar
you.
request. Very well. We will move to, in order of the script that I have here, we will move to Ms. Santisteban and then to Mr. McCormick. Can you let them in, Julian?
Good afternoon. I'm Melissa Santisteban, and I currently am with Precision Accounting. I have about 32 years of experience in the finance and accounting industry. I have been working on fraud as a CFE since 2012 officially, although I did start in accounting as just a CPA, and we did do fraud investigations under that guise as well. I am excited for a new venture should that come to fruition. And if there are any questions of me, I'm willing to answer those now.
Thank you, Madam. It appears that Counselor Davis has a question for you. Counselor Davis?
Ms. Santisteban, thank you so much for applying and congratulations for making it through that process. I wanted to have an opportunity to clarify a brief piece. I understand at some point you were the Director of Special Investigations at the State Auditor's Office. When was your term with the Auditor's Office?
So I was actually hired officially I started April 18th, I'm going to say, of 2018. And I ended my term December 31st, 2018. It was finishing out a term when there was a change in administration.
Thank you, ma'am. That was going to be my next question. I just want to clarify. I don't believe you worked under Mayor Keller's term as auditor. Is that correct? You did not?
I did not. I was a CPA for an IPA under him, though.
And thank you. And I just wanted to clarify, because I don't think there is one, but I wanted to clarify, you don't see any conflict there and would not have any issue in conducting an investigation or a conflict involving any of the administration that might have been in the auditor's office at any point. Is that right?
Not at all.
Great. Thank you. Just wanted to get that on the record so that we could answer that question from the public. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Ms. Santisteban. I do not see any other item or counselors' hands raised. So with that, thank you so much. Would you like to give any final closing remarks before we vote?
Just thank you for your time and allowing me to give a little spiel on myself. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, madam. We will move on to our next individual, Mr. Graham. McCormick, I'm sorry. Sorry, I got distracted. Someone was talking to me. Mr. McCormick.
Thank you, Madam President, council members. Thank you for the opportunity to be here tonight to answer any questions and to present myself as the Inspector General position. I'm currently the Deputy Director of the Tax Fraud Investigations Division for the State of New Mexico in Tax and Revenue. I've been in investigations for approximately 30 years throughout my law enforcement career and through the Inspector General's Office for the United States Air Force. I present myself with all my qualifications. I've continue to do investigations resulting from fraud, to fraud, waste, and abuse, to criminal cases, and of course, administrative cases dealing with employee misconduct or abuse of funds or embezzlement. So this date, I want to offer myself my services, as I've been a dedicated service person to state, city, and national governments. And I'm willing to answer any questions that you have for me.
Are there questions of counselors of Mr. McCormick? I do not see any hands up at this point. Mr. McCormick, would you like to give any closing remarks?
Just one thing, I just want to, I know that the certifications for this course, or this course, this position requires certified broad examiner. One thing I didn't put into my resume was the fact that I am preparing for my exam at this present time. So I just want to make that on the record as well. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, madam, for being with us at this point in time. Oh, Councilor Gibson. Councilor Gibson, I just remind you to please use your raise your hand feature if you would. Go ahead, Councilor Gibson.
I will do that. Sorry about that, Madam President. So I would just also like to extend thanks to Mr. McCormick for his interest and for you know, putting his hat into the ring for this. We, you know, certainly appreciate the fact that he's reaching out and is interested in this job, and glad to have people of both of these candidates caliber. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Councilor Gibson. Okay, councilors, to allow time for staff to tally the results, I'm going to move that we table OC 35. Do I have a second? I have a second from Councilor Sena and a second from Councilor Davis. Thank you so much. With that, we will move to that motion to table this item. Ms. Ortega.
Councilor Bassan.
Yes.
Councilor Benton.
Yes.
Councilor Davis.
Yes.
Councilor Gibson.
Yes.
Councilor Harris.
Yes.
Councilor Jones.
Yes.
Councilor Pena. Councilor Pena. Councilor Sena.
Yes.
Councilor Borrego.
Yes.
Councilor Pena. 8-0 on the motion to table.
Thank you, councilors. We will move to table that item. In the meantime, if you would send your recommendations to Ms. Ortega, either via email or via Zoom or via text rather, then we will tally those results and come back to this item at a later time on the agenda. So with that, I will move to item B, which is EC 387. EC 387 is approval of an amendment to economic development lease agreement between the State Land Office and the City of Albuquerque. I move approval. And I have a second from Councilor Sena. Thank you, Councilor Sena. Are there any questions, councilors? I don't see any questions. With that, we will move to Ms. Ortega for the vote.
Councilor Bassan.
Yes.
Councilor Benton.
Yes.
Councilor Davis.
Yes.
Councilor Gibson.
Yes.
Councilor Harris.
Yes.
Councilor Jones.
Yes.
Councilor Pena. Councilor Pena. Councilor Sena.
Yes.
Councilor Borrego.
Yes.
8-0.
Thank you, councilors. Our next order of business is EC 388, item C, approving a sublease agreement between the City of Albuquerque and Netflix Studios LLC. I'll move approval. And I have a second from Councilor Davis. Thank you for that second, Councilor Davis. Are there any questions of the councilors? I believe that Ms. Jaramillo is in the wings. Ms. Jaramillo, would you just quickly give us a little summary of this, please?
Council President Borrego and councilors, absolutely. The proposed sublease is an integral part of the company's expansion plans. It is important that the sublease is approved this afternoon. Without the sublease agreement, the company will not be able to reach its maximum potential expansion at Mesa del Sol. And in accordance with the agreement, all rents due under the sublease shall be paid directly to the Commissioner of Public Lands. I'd like to mention that this really is a game-changing economic development project for the community that is already providing incredible benefits to Albuquerque. Not only with the expansion, will the expansion lead to job creation, $1 billion in production spend, and $150 million in capital expenditures, and all the other benefits we have touted in previous presentations, but there are so many other positives. There are benefits to the film industry workforce, increased economic activity in secondary businesses, and the fact that the project has boosted Albuquerque's national and international profile. The project has been and will continue to be a huge win for the city. And it is for all of these reasons that we strongly recommend approval of the sublease agreement. I'd like to thank the people that helped bring this project to fruition. First, I'd like to thank Kevin Barr and to Netflix for the investment in and dedication to Albuquerque. I would like to thank each city councilor that has supported this project. I'd also like to thank the State Land Office. This agreement was worked with the State Land Office. We negotiated the lease agreement together, and they were they played an integral role. And with that, I'll stand for any additional questions, but also like to mention that we do have Louise Marcus from the state's Economic Development Department with us. Also, Kevin Barr from Netflix is with us, and also our bond attorney, Chris Muirhead.
Councilors, do we have any questions of any of these individuals? Ms. Jaramillo, could you just introduce each one of them? They may want to give just like a 1-minute address to the council.
Certainly, happy to, Councilor President Borrego. At this time, I'd like to introduce Kevin Barr, who is representing Netflix. Kevin?
Everybody, nice to meet you all. Yeah, as stated, we have a large expansion in planning right now at the studio to bring in some unique infrastructure to really increase the size of our studio offering, more productions, more jobs, more services. So it's a very large and robust project that we're in the planning process right now, hoping to get some final designs and planning and construction started soon. But very exciting times, and we're looking forward to a long partnership with New Mexico and adding to our already established Albuquerque hub. So thank you all.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Jaramillo?
Yes, thank you, Council President Borrego. Luis Marcus, would you like to say a few words on behalf of the state's Economic Development Department?
Sure. Thank you very much, Director Jaramillo. My name is Luis Marcus. I'm a regional representative for the New Mexico Economic Development Department. On behalf of Secretary Keyes, we want everyone to know we stand in full support of this item. I also want to echo Director Jaramillo's comments that this truly is a game changer for the community. And thank you very much for having us.
Thank you so much, Ms. Marcus. Ms. Jaramillo?
Council President Borrego, those are the two speakers that we had lined up. I stand for any additional questions.
Are there any additional questions from the council? I do not see any, Ms. Jaramillo, thank you. We will go back to the item. If there are no further questions from the council, we will move on to the vote. Ms. Ortega.
Councilor Bassan.
Yes.
Councilor Benton.
Yes.
Councilor Davis.
Yes.
Councilor Gibson.
Yes.
Thank you. Councilor Harris.
Yes.
Counselor Jones,
Yes.
Counselor Pena,
Yes.
Counselor, thank you. Counselor Sena,
Yes.
Counselor Borrego,
Yes.
9-0 on the approval of EC 388.
Thank you, counselors. That is approved on a 9-0 vote. So counselors, we are going to go back to the Inspector General. And I'm going to give everybody just like 1 minute to ensure that your emails went through. And for Miss Ortega, I sent mine and mine bounced back. So I am going to have to text mine to her. So if you'll give me just 1 minute here, we are going to tally that.
Madam President,
Yes.
I may need additional time to calculate and tally the results. So even after I receive your vote, if we could please move on and come back to this matter.
Yes, we can.
Thank you.
So with that, counselors, we will move on. We will delay that just a bit, and we will move on to our approvals. And we are going to skip the Inspector General. We will come back to that. We will move on to final actions. Counselor Benton has requested that R-171 be moved up on the agenda because he has some people, I believe, in the queue that have been waiting quite a while. So we're going to move item R-171 up on behalf of Counselor Benton. Counselor Benton, would you like to make that motion?
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you for moving that up. I need to get to it here in just a second. What's the letter number of that, Madam President, if you
I
would help
believe
me?
it's item
L.
L.
Thank you.
L, it's on page 11, Counselor.
Thank you, Madam President. I'll move a due pass on R-171. This is concerning the future management of the Candelaria Nature Preserve and the approval of the 2020 Resource Management Plan.
You have a second from Counselor Sena. Counselor Benton?
Thank you, Madam President. And we do have a number of amendments, but first and foremost, for those who haven't been following this issue, it has been a long and interesting and very public involved process with regard to where we go with this property. The original purchase and identification of the project go way back, long before, I don't know, Councilor Borrego might have been involved in this, but but before any of the rest of us. But going back to the formation of the Rio Grande State Park, and then this reserve followed along with that, or subsequent to that. And this preserve area was a working farm at one point, but it was recognized that this was a very valuable habitat in the flyways and the whole ecosystem of the Rio Grande and the Bosque. And you know, I don't purport to give you that whole history here today, but what we have done over the last few years is convene a technical advisory group that included people who are very knowledgeable about the history of the nature preserve, including even the state representative from State Parks who was involved in it. And we had a lot of really good discussion. We appreciate the administration's work on this over the last couple of years, but it's gone through that technical advisory group. We've gone through the Open Space Advisory Board. We're here today with the final plan, which is wonderful. We've got a few amendments that may or may not be welcomed by the Parks Director and Open Space, but we will hear from them on that and see where we want to go. with it. But there has been a complication. I'll allow Ms. Schultz to maybe explain that. And this is really just no bad intention on anyone's part, but this plan was required to go to the EPC. It did go to the EPC, but then from there on, after the EPC weighed in on the plan, we've had some confusion. So I'll ask Shanna Schultz to just give us a briefing on that. Thank you.
Madam President, Councilor Benton, thanks. I'd be happy to highlight that
Ms. Schultz,
kind of
go ahead.
that
I'll just
kind of
remind
last.
the counselors that we're still on the original bill and we haven't moved the amendments yet. So go ahead, Ms. Schultz.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, Councilor Benton, I will briefly talk about the little bit of the discrepancy that we discovered late this afternoon, which is that the plan that is before the council does not quite match the plan that came out of the Environmental Planning Commission. There are some pages missing from this plan that we need to put in via an amendment. It seems like it was probably just a technical error by the staff that either transmitted it from the planning department to the mayor's office or from the mayor's office down to the council services office. In the huge 900-page record, we lost about 10 pages. There wasn't enough time today to address that deficiency. And so to make sure that what the council adopts is the same as what the EPC recommended, we would be requesting deferral to August to fix that technical, what I would characterize as a technical mishap. Councilor Benton did work on 3 floor amendments today that can be discussed and moved for the plan to be deferred to August as amended, if that is the will of the council. With that, I'm here to answer questions. We have Superintendent McRoberts here to answer questions. And also, of course, Director Simon is here to answer questions about the plan or the amendments as they will soon be presented.
Councilor Benton, I'll defer back to you and how you want to proceed.
Thank you, Madam President, and thanks for that briefing, Shanna. And really, there's so little distance between where some of the public stakeholders and interpretation of the council and those of the Parks and Open Space Division. So I would like to go through these amendments. I think there's one that we agree on, and we're going to go ahead and pass it to get it out of the way. And if it's okay, Shanna, why don't we start with the one that we do not object, there's no objections to, which I think is the floor amendment 3. I'm sorry that I'm going out of order.
Hey, Councilor, so just to be clear, you are not moving floor amendment 1 and 2, and you're deferring to number 3?
We're going to, Madam President, thank you to clarify that. We're starting with number 3 because we're in agreement on that between in our discussions, and then we'll get that out of the way, and we can at least discuss the other 2 amendments and see where we want to go with that, if that's okay.
Okay, so just to be clear, councilors, we have 3 amendments before us. We are moving item floor amendment number 3, which will now become floor amendment number 1. And Councilor Benton, is that a motion to move floor amendment number 1?
Yes, Madam President, I'll move floor amendment number 1, which adds a whereas clause, whereas the interested parties, including Friends of the Preserve Group.
And you can see that on the screen, councilors.
Yeah, thank you. And if I could get some help with my weary old eyes to make it a little bit bigger, it would help me, because I've got a lot.
Is there a second in the meantime, councilors, for this floor amendment?
Second.
Councilor Davis, thank you for that second.
So floor amendment, this would be floor amendment number 1, reads as follows. Whereas interested parties, including the Friends of the Preserve Group or others and other individuals, should contact the Open Space Division, participate in Open Space Advisory Board meetings, or contact the City Councilor's office in which the Candelaria Nature Preserve is located with questions or concerns about the management of the area or implementation of the plan. And on page 3, line 5, the final whereas the EPC considered the RMP on December 10th, 2020, on December 21st, 2021 via project, blah, 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 and then forward a recommendation of approval with council. So this is really has to do greatly about the public process and ongoing public process, because people say, well, after we pass this, what happens next? And what does happen next is we've got a very active open space advisory board with terrific people on there representing different parts of the city and constituencies. And that's important that they hear any concerns that people have about this plan. Same thing with the counselor from this district or a district that in the future, which may represent this area. And of course, with the open space division itself and the planning department. So that's what this is really about. It's kind of laying out that groundwork for public participation going forward.
Thank you, councilors. Are there any questions of Councilor Benton's amendment from the staff or anyone else that would like, you'd like to have them address this? It does not appear so. Councilor Benton, you have a motion and a second for what we refer to as floor amendment 1. And with that, if there are no further questions, Mr. Simon, did you want to comment?
Thank you, Madam
up on the
President.
screen.
Councilor Benton, thank you very much. Parks and Recreation has no objection to this amendment. We support it. We plan to continue to keep all neighbors, stakeholders, the general public regularly updated on the management of the preserve, and have multiple pathways for public information and engagement. So we do not object to this amendment.
Thank you, Ms. Director Simon. So with that, we will move to a vote on floor amendment number 1. Ms. Ortega.
Councillor Bassan.
Yes.
Councillor Benton.
Yes.
Councillor Davis.
Yes.
Councillor Gibson.
Yes.
Councillor Harris.
Yes.
Councillor Jones.
Yes.
Councillor Pena.
Yes.
Councillor Sena.
Yes.
Councillor Borrego.
Yes.
9-0 on amendment 1.
Thank you, Councillor. You have 2 additional amendments. Councillor Benton, how would you like to proceed?
Yes, I'd like to at least have a discussion about these and hear from Director Simon and the Open Space Division about them. But, and we'll see whether we move these now. Because of the complications described by Ms. Schultz, I will be moving this as a deferral, but we might as well get a couple of these things ironed out to the extent we can. There's so many people, so many stakeholders, and people interested in this plan. It pains me to have to defer it, but we've come a long, long way, and we want to make sure we get it right before we take a final vote on this plan. But I'll ask Ms. Schultz, if she will, to explain the amendments in order, and I'll move them.
Okay, we're going to go back to what we would have considered as floor amendment number 1 earlier, which is now floor amendment number 2 and floor amendment number 3. And we will put floor amendment number 2, which begins with in exhibit 1 to R21-171. That would be floor amendment number 2. Could you put that up on the screen, Mr. Moya, please? Councilor Benton?
Thank you, Madam President. And just quickly, this has to do with the, we're getting down to some details here, really, which proves that we really had a good process. But this has to do with basically some recycled asphalt work area, if you will, that's been on the site. And what's the future for that? There's a concern that since this is asphaltic material, that over time, it could be detrimental to the ecology of the soil and so forth in this nature preserve. So I'll just ask Ms. Schultz if she wants to elaborate any more on that.
Ms. Schultz?
Madam President, Councilor Benton, yes, speaking kind of specifically to item 1 at the moment, this does institute a requirement in the plan that that asphalt pad be removed by a certain time period. That time period, as written, is 2 years. For concerns that we heard from the community that that asphalt pad is currently contributing to poor conditions at the site and is really affecting the ecology of the site, and the quicker that we can get that asphalt pad removed, the better for the nature preserve as a whole. Councillor Benton, would you like me to go through sub item 2 and 3, or would you like to take them one at a time?
Let's see. Are we going to vote on these one at a time? Help me out.
Yes, Councillor.
Council President Brego and Councillor Benton, this entire amendment, items 1, 2, and 3, will be voted upon at once,
Okay.
but we can discuss the subtopics 1, 2, and 3 individually if you think it would be clearer for the conversation.
Let's do that, and let's just go on 1, 2, 2, and 3, and then hear from Director Simon and Ms. McRoberts on this. But the second one has to do with there's some language already in the plan about accessible, access for people experiencing disabilities, and how under the ADA and other requirements they would be accommodated. And I know that there may be some concerns by the department that this is redundant or not necessary, but it really just specifies that that the parking, the placement of parking, of course, for everyone, whether people with disabilities or not, would be equal, but that it would be somewhat constrained, that it would not be a particular parking area provided way out within the preserve, and would be everyone would be fairly accommodated. And of course, there would have to be, as with any public open space or parks, there has to be special attention paid with persons who need an accessible path, an accessible parking space, and equal access to the experience. So that's what this is about, and we can hear from Open Space Division and Parks Department after that. And then the last one, if we could move on down. And this has to do with the description within the plan about parking. And councilors, you've all been indulgent and heard our travails with parking down in the North Valley and in these very popular areas with the Bosque Trail, et cetera. And this is just trying to be straightforwardly describing the need for parking, and that there are various opportunities, but that we've come to the conclusion that the new number of spaces that will be provided will be at the Tree Farm property, which is directly off of Rio Grande Boulevard, and that there are other factors that have been discussed, but we're not saying anything about them. What the plan says is that we're proposing roughly 30 spaces to be added on the Tree Farm. By the way, that Tree Farm property, TNT refers to the tree, help me out here.
Tree nursery tract.
Tree nursery tract. That tract of land, which is off of Rio Grande Boulevard, is anticipated to accommodate future visitors to the site under very, not wide open, unrestricted access, but under restricted conditions, and that this is describing that. So, did I miss anything there, Ms. Schultz? We did say specifically, this is the big thing, and it's underlined here. This has to do with the Woodward House, which is a historic building on the preserve, on the west side of the lateral of the irrigation ditch, that historically, or during the history of this site until now, has included a parking space and then quite a bit of activity around this historic house. We're emphasizing in this language that that's still a potential place for equipment and so forth that are needed to operate the preserve, but that shall not be a parking space, including for staff, that we're going to have a new parking area enclosed and secured at night where staff and anyone else who needs to park there overnight can park, but that we will not have a heavy presence of vehicular traffic near the Woodward House, which would disrupt the wildlife just by its sheer nature. And I'll turn it over at this point to Director Simon and his staff.
Thank you, Councilor Benton. Director Simon?
Thank you, Madam President and Councilor Benton. You know, the first thing I want to say is how appreciative I am and proud of our city for everyone who's participated in the development of this plan. You know, it took a little about 4 years and over 50 public meetings, thousands of hours of citizen engagement, a technical advisory group of volunteers who put in a lot of time, and I would say a lot of hard work by our very, very good open space staff. So I think that's a good indication, you know, of how much public involvement there's been and how much of it was listened to and respected through the process. And, you know, that includes Councilor Benton. I appreciate his personal involvement in many of the steps along the way in the development of this RMP. And I think that's why one of the reasons it's a strong document that comes before the council, that is when we get the right version of it to you. So the first thing I'll say is that I also appreciate the spirit of these amendments. And I think some of my concern just has to do with trying to tailor the objective to the reality of managing a complicated, implementing a complicated plan once it is approved. So just taking these three amendments, which I'll just call kind of A, B, and C, here would be my take on them. We do not at all oppose the objective of removing this asphalt milling area from the nature preserve. In fact, it's clear in the plan that we would remove the area of this asphalt. I personally don't think it's not Love Canal right now. It's not causing any toxic waste or anything like that. But long term, we want to remove it. My concern right now in the language of Amendment A here is that this would make it mandatory within 2 years. So in a very complicated plan that we have, which has a long-term time horizon, I hesitate to make this one element mandatory on this time schedule. And the reason for that really is that there are so many other higher priority things that we should try to get done in this plan, even before we remove the millings, this asphalt area. Principally, we have the restoration of and implementation of the conversion of the farm fields, which is the #1 priority for improving wildlife habitat on the preserve. So I just really hesitate, and that's going to take time and money, right? So I just hesitate to put this one project of removing the asphalt area ahead of everything else in that schedule, because I think we're still going to be quite busy in the next 2 years implementing the highest priority items in the plan. With respect to Amendment B, you know, again, we strongly support ADA compatibility throughout our facilities in the city, and we want the Candelaria Nature Preserve to have good ADA access. I think, again, the areas here, though, still call out for some flexibility in how we do that. And it's not clear yet what the best approach to ADA access will be in this area. So the ramp, for example, and we're really down in the weeds on this, but somebody had an idea for a ramp. It was in there to honor that person's genuine concern and the idea. Is it actually feasible and a good idea? We're not actually sure yet, because we have to get to that part of implementation. So again, I kind of hesitate to be so specific and compulsory with something like this. And ADA access in the preserve, like it's referenced in this amendment, from other areas to this north part of the preserve will all be along sort of unimproved dirt surfaces and things like that, which do present different obstacles for ADA access. And of course, along the ditch system itself, that's the MRGCD, the Middle Rio Grande Conservancy District, we're using their ditch as a conveyance. It's actually not our surface. So we want good, strong ADA access. We're going to have it as we implement the plan. I just am cautious about being so prescriptive right now in this spot. The amendment C here, the third part of this particular amendment, the key language I would focus in on is the language that says public parking shall not occur at the Woodward House. Okay, so again, we support the objective of publicly accessible parking to the preserve at the TNT, which is not the fireworks house, it's the tree nursery tract, and we think that's the smartest place to bring the public in. We do not want to prioritize a lot of public parking on a regular basis at this northern location, which is sort of called the Woodward House. But this amendment says shall not occur. Okay, so here's the situation. First of all, the Woodward House is under a long-term 5-year agreement with the Tree New Mexico organization right now. They're a wonderful nonprofit partner with us in a number of programs, and they're using the Woodward House for great stuff. They're propagating some things there, and it's a teaching location for adults and children. So this language could actually be interpreted as to prevent them parking there or prevent some of their participants and their volunteers from, even a small number of them, from parking near the Woodward House. I think that would actually undermine the purposes of the plan, not help. And then the language could probably ban other volunteers from parking in that area. And we fully expect to rely on a lot of wonderful volunteer help from Burqueños to assist in restoration of the preserve. So it's the most logical place for some of those volunteers to park now, since the tree nursery tract is not currently available for parking now. We hope that it will be. But again, the thing that I just am cautious about and why I would oppose the language as it's written is it's very prescriptive and actually could undermine some of the shared objectives we have to use the Woodward House area for really important and essential things in implementing the RMP. So I do think that we don't want to undermine the opportunities for citizens to do citizen science and to help us with restoration. And the way the amendment is written it says essentially eliminate parking there. I'm fine with our shared goal of limiting the parking there, and it's not going to be the primary public access point for the preserve, which is why I would certainly say to Councilor Benton and the council that we share your objectives on all these things. If you choose to act in whatever manner you will here tonight, but if the council would like to continue to work on the language to dial it in even better, I'm certainly happy to do that on these 3 items.
Councilor Benton, what's your pleasure on amendment number 2?
Thank you, Madam President, and thanks, Director Simon, and totally understand your perspective. I wanted to ask a question with regard to, for instance, Tree New Mexico, who is a great friend and ally of all of us. They're our main contractor on the Neighborhoods program that everyone enjoys so much and all. But what would be involved if they, if those volunteers did have to walk over to the Woodward House? What would be involved with that?
Well, if we eliminate all parking in this location, they're going to have, a quarter-mile walk or so. Well, actually, right now we don't have any public access parking near the preserve. I would say once the tree nursery site might be opened, it would be about a quarter-mile walk. But right now, there's no other place to park. So that would leave us without anywhere actually for those volunteers to access the Woodward House area.
Right. So presently, those volunteers from Tree New Mexico enter through Trellis. Is that right?
No, they do presently enter off Arbor Road, where the primary point here, And we have a very limited amount of vehicles that get parked near the house. But if we couldn't do that, I think it would undermine our shared goal, actually.
Okay. Well, Madam President, I'm prepared to. We're deferring the bill anyway. I'm prepared to defer this 1A, B, and C for the North Track, and we're not deferring it. I just won't move it right now. We're going to be deferring the bill because of the need to clarify some of the language in the draft. But let's move on to floor amendment number 2, which has to do with herbicide, and I'll let Ms. Schultz just lead into this and then hear from Director Simon.
Counselor, this is actually, this is floor amendment number 2, and we'll put it up on the screen so the public can see it. And the counselors are clear about which one it is. Can you get that up on the screen, please? Thank you. Go ahead, Counselor.
Madam President, Councilor Benton, this proposes to add some language to the resolution itself, not the plan as it exists as an exhibit to the resolution. And this amendment proposes to do 2 things. The first kind of set of red underlined text proposes that when the Open Space Division once a year goes to the Open Space Advisory Board to provide them an annual report, that annual report should also be reported to the counselor's district, the counselor's office, whose district the preserve sits in. We weren't specific about what district that is in case redistricting later this year moves the lines in a funny way, but it just calls for the counselor's office to stay informed on the implementation of the plan for the purposes of being responsive to constituents who might then contact their office with questions about implementation of the plan. The second set of red text there, starting with the annual update, seeks to address the public comment that you heard today about the use of herbicides. There is some concern over the use of herbicides on the property, which the management plan does say can happen, that the Open Space Division can use herbicides as kind of a last resort measure if needed. What this amendment calls for is kind of some reporting on how, when, and if those herbicides are going to be used, that the Open Space Advisory Board should be informed of that on an annual basis, both how those herbicides were used in the previous year and their effectiveness, and looking into the future over the next year before they get their next annual report, when the department might expect to use herbicides in that year also. That summarizes floor amendment number 2, and I will pass it over to Director Simon, who it sounds like was queued up next after me.
Yeah, again, thank you, Madam President, Councilor Benton. Again, we support the intent of this. And I think with the first sentence in the amendment, Councilor, of course, of providing a report to the counselor, I'll go you one better. We'll provide the report to every counselor. Because, I think all of you are going to really enjoy the updates and the progress we're going to make. And I look forward to hosting you all out there to see it, because we're going to make New Mexico and Albuquerque proud when we implement this plan. So the first part of it, you betcha. With respect to including this sort of detailed information in the report, no problem. And I think it's a little unusual to call out one item like this in your resolution, if you will. And we have a very robust section of the RMP, which talks about our integrated pest management plan. So I really kind of feel like additional detail on what should be in the annual report really belongs best in the resource management plan itself, not in the resolution. And then the last thing I'll say is, while we all love certainty, we certainly can report on anything we have done in the past, right? Hopefully accurately. Predicting what we may do in the future with amounts or days or things like that of an application, that's really difficult. We can try to do that. But I think what we'll find out a lot is what we'll be doing is talking about a general intended use, because the specific nature of that use will depend on conditions on the preserve. So I don't mind reporting of any kind. I think the language is best belonging in the resource management plan itself. And just so long as everybody understands, what level of specificity we might be able to predict. That's all I, want you to know. So on balance, the first sentence I have no problem with. The second sentence, I would move it to the RMP personally, but I do not think it's a huge issue to debate endlessly.
Thank you, Director Simon. Could we put the language back up, Ms. Schultz? And I understand, I mean, that this use of herbicides and pesticides, specifically herbicides, I mean, there's, but both have been, longstanding discussions within the Parks and Open Space Division, but and not intending to say that I'm or some future counselor from this area is any more important than anyone else, but we do represent people surrounding the say, and they're typically the ones who have brought this forward. Let's see. And we're really just asking for an annual update. We're not expecting to have a crystal ball necessarily, but rather to, if we look at it, the annual update shall specifically include the scope of use, herbicide, and outcome from using during the previous year, any intended, I guess we could say. I think that's pretty soft language, just between.
It's not, yeah. I think
and so it's more, please, complete your statement.
Counselor, yeah, I think we can live with that language. And again, I think better belongs in the plan itself, but if you'd like to have it in the resolution, I would not object.
Yeah, and we're trying to walk a fine line between putting a bunch of things in the plan as opposed to just giving some guidance and direction on some reporting and the involvement of the council in this. I completely understand, this is a moving target with regard to herbicides, and this site has been used as a farm, basically really an old-fashioned farm for many years, and now we're going to try to turn it into a true nature preserve. It's there's going to be some back and forth and figuring it out. So I appreciate the director's statements, but I'd like to go ahead and move this amendment. I don't think it does any harm, so I'll move this as amendment number 2, Madam President.
Sorry, we have a second by Councilor Davis. Thank you. Any questions of the council? If not, we will move to a vote on what we call floor amendment number 2, which starts on page 2, line 13 of R 21-171. Make the following change. Ms. Ortega.
Councilor Bassan.
Yes.
Councilor Benton.
Yes.
Councilor Davis.
Yes.
Councilor Gibson.
Yes.
Councilor Harris.
Yes.
Councilor Jones.
Yes.
Councilor Pena. Councilor Pena. Councilor Sena.
Yes.
Councilor Borrego.
Yes.
Councilor Pena. Motion passes on an 8-0 vote with Pena excused.
Thank you, councilors. That concludes our amendments. We approved amendment number 1 and amendment number 2, and those were renumbered. And amendment number 3 was was not moved forward. So with that, councilors, I'd go back to the original bill. Councilor Benton, you had a motion and a second on the original bill. Did you want to make a motion for deferral?
Yes, I'll move a deferral, Madam President, until our first meeting in August, whatever date that is. And we look forward to discussing some of these details, and I think we'll be able to iron those out. Again, we appreciate the Open Space Division and the Parks Department and the Planning Department and the EPC and all the chefs that have been in the kitchen on this. But hopefully we'll wrap it up at the beginning of August.
Okay, we have a motion, and it appears that Councilor Davis has provided a second regarding the deferral. Before we go to the vote, Are there any comments by counselors? And I do have one comment, Counselor Benton. If you remember at the LUPS hearing, I brought up the issue of the acequias, and I'd really like to talk with you about that. I attempted to reach you one day and was unsuccessful, but I'd really like to talk with you again before August regarding that particular issue. Mr. Simon, do you have your hand up? You're
Madam
muted.
President, if you'd like me to answer those two questions you had now, I'm perfectly capable of doing that, or could defer.
I think we'll defer, and then we'll just, we have a month before our next hearing. I think it would be in the best interest. We have a number of issues on the agenda tonight, so maybe we could work out some of those issues prior to our August meeting.
Sounds good. Thank you. Thanks to the council.
Okay, we have a motion and a second for deferral of R-171 as amended. Ms. Ortega.
Counselor Bassan.
Yes.
Counselor Benton.
Yes.
Counselor Davis.
Yes.
Counselor Gibson.
Yes.
Counselor Harris.
Yes.
Counselor Jones.
Yes.
Counselor Pena. Counselor Pena. Counselor Sena.
Yes.
Counselor Borrego.
Yes.
8-0 on the deferral.
Thank you, counselors. We have deferral on that particular item. Before we go on to under final actions to item B, it appears, I just wanted to mention that we do have Mr. Holmgreen on the line, and I know that we've already voted for the Inspector General, and we're going to come back to that item in just a little bit. But if the council agrees, we can ask him to speak for 2 minutes since we allowed the other candidates. I realize that we've already voted. If councilors wanted to amend their vote, we could do that. But it's kind of, I'd like to give him the opportunity because I'd like to hear from him. And I'm seeing nods in the affirmative. So with that, we're going to move to Mr. Holmgreen for 2 minutes, as we did the other candidates. And he is waiting in the Zoom room, correct, Mr. Moya? So we're going to, before we start with our final actions, we're going to go and hear Mr. Holmgreen. Mr. Holmgreen? Mr. Holmgreen, you may be muted. Can you unmute yourself? Richard Holmgreen, this is your last opportunity to speak. Otherwise, we're going to move on. Doesn't appear that he's there, counselors. So with that, I guess we will move on. Okay, we are going to go back to item we're going to do the 3 nuisance abatements, and then we're going to come back to our IG results, and we will announce that at that point. So Councillor Benton, item B, R-135.
Thank you, Madam President. R-135 is a nuisance substandard dwelling or structure in need of abatement at 1717 Edith Boulevard Southeast. I move a due pass.
Thank you, Councillor Benton. We have several seconds. Looks like Councillor Bassan had her hand up first. So are there any, would you like to discuss this, or are there any questions?
Yes, Madam President, I'd like to hear from an update from Director Williams or others who are looking at this property.
I see Esteban Aguilar, our city attorney. Mr. Aguilar.
Thank you, Madam President and Councillor Benton. Director Williams just stepped out and he will be back in 2 minutes. My apologies.
Mr. Williams? There he is.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Williams, we're on item R135.
Madam President, thank you very much. As council may remember, this matter was deferred from 2 weeks ago. The subject property, a substandard building, was in the middle of a real estate transaction that was being sold, and council afforded the prospective owner with an opportunity to meet with our code enforcement division to discuss not only the sale of the property, but what needed to be done to get that property back into productive use, bring it into compliance. That discussion did occur, and my understanding from code enforcement is that the prospective owner is joining us this afternoon for an update to this council as to how that discussion with code enforcement went and how they intend to proceed with this property.
I don't hear that he's on. Councillor Benton?
Madam President, is this Mr. Is it Hallgreen who is the person intending to purchase it?
No, Mr. Holmgreen was the candidate for the IG.
Oh, sorry.
Position.
I put my note in the wrong place. So if the, unless the department has something new on this, I'm reluctant to continue deferring it. And if the purchaser is not present, that's the problem.
Madam President, Councilor Benton, my understanding is that that discussion did take place. I'm not sure of the details of if the sale has occurred or it's expected to occur, but I can report to council that communication is occurring. Again, compliance is the ultimate goal in this particular situation. So from a department standpoint, we certainly would not be opposed to this matter, knowing that the break is coming up. The council break is coming up for July. We would not be opposed to coming back in early August to update you on the status, but I am fully confident that in that time period, not only will the transaction be able to be completed, if it's not already been done, but that I can certainly give council a better update as to the progress on the property to get it back into productive use.
Thank you, Madam President. I'll move a deferral until our first meeting in August.
Thank you, Councillor Benton. You have a second by Councillor Senna. Any other questions? If not, we will go to a vote. Ms. Ortega?
Councillor Bassan?
Yes.
Councillor Benton?
Yes.
Councillor Davis?
Yes.
Councillor Gibson?
Yes.
Councillor Harris?
Yes.
Councillor Jones? Councillor Jones?
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Pena?
Yes.
Councillor Senna?
Yes.
Councillor Borrego?
Yes.
9-0 on the deferral to August 2nd.
Thank you, councillors. We will move on to item number C, which is Councillor Bassan, R152. Councillor Bassan.
Thank you, Madam President. R152 is a nuisance substandard dwelling or structure in need of abatement at 1616 Ina Drive Northeast, 87109, within the city limits of Albuquerque, is so ruined, damaged, and dilapidated as to be a menace to the public comfort, health, peace, or safety, and that is to be required to be removed. I move it to pass.
Thank you, Councillor Bassan. You have a second by Councillor Senna. Any discussion?
Yes, Madam President, if I may.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. And I would like Director Williams to be able to give us an update on this. I've had conversations with him. I know that the department has been in conversation too with both the technical property owner and the dwelling owner. The property owner seems to indicate that he has nothing to do with the property, because there might be a real estate contract that's happening. This has been going on for almost 10 years. And it's an ongoing, I mean, it's just getting worse and worse. I know there's a lot of reasons to not tear down this property. However, there's really been no improvement of any kind over the years. So I at this point, I'm still wanting to move a do pass on this, but I would like to hear from Director Williams in case there's been some other updates since this afternoon.
Thank you, Councilor Bassan. We will move to Mr. Williams. Mr. Williams?
Madam President, Councilor Bassan, thank you very much. Excellent summation, if I may say so. But Councilor Bassan is absolutely correct. This is a matter that has been ongoing for almost 9 years. We have a substandard manufactured home on the property. This dwelling unit is unfit for habitation and has been since September of 2012. There are approximately $1,400 in liens for board up and cleanup work that are associated with the site. But as Councilor Bassan mentioned, that information has been relayed to both the registered owner of the property, according to the county assessor, Mr. House, as well as the gentleman that's purchasing the property under a real estate contract, Mr. Waterman. Both of those individuals have been throughout the years have been apprised of the various problems with this property, the request to bring it into compliance, to deal with the outstanding issues. Several years ago, Mr. House, who lives here in town, was approached. There was a knock at the door from one of our code enforcement supervisors, and he informed the supervisor that not only had he received the correspondence, but his request was that we deal directly with the gentleman that's purchasing the property, Mr. Waterman, because Mr. House didn't want anything to do with the enforcement action. Again, both of those individuals have been noticed, not only noticed of the prior enforcement actions, but were noticed of this particular matter today. I don't see anybody in the meeting that might be able to speak to that. And code enforcement reports that they had no additional communication, direct communication from either one of the individuals that are associated with this. I'll stand for any questions if there are some.
Councilor Bassan.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Director Williams. I also want to add a little bit of further information, just making it very clear that it was deemed uninhabitable beginning in 2014. No one has lived there in approximately 6 years. No work has been done, no maintenance has been done. It's a mobile trailer, to the point where if nothing has been done to improve the property, it's very hard for me to really believe the possibility of safely relocating that dwelling when, if you've looked in the write-up and on the information with the pictures provided. I think that this is coming to the point where we need to do something about it for the benefit of the rest of the community as well.
Thank you, Councilor Bassan. Any questions of councilors? If not, Councilor Bassan, would you like to close?
Yes, thank you, Madam President. And one more thing too. Technically, in my further questions that I had in conversations with Director Williams and some other staff this morning, if this does pass and there is a lien on the property, technically the fees for that and the lien would be going to the property owner, Mr. House, who is the one that's legally, and please correct me if I'm wrong when I'm done with this, Mr. Williams, but he's the legal property owner on the county assessor's office. So that's who would get the lien. But if he thinks that he has no responsibility, then he can take it up in civil court with Mr. Waterman at that time.
Madam President, Councilor Bassan, that's correct. And one additional point that I'd like to add for council, throughout this process, it's not uncommon for us, for the department or the council, to get requests from property owners for additional time, in spite of all of the time and effort that's already gone into trying to bring these properties into compliance. As I mentioned to Councilor Bassan this afternoon, if council in this matter votes to condemn the property, and that starts the ball in motion for demolition or removal of the unit that's on the property, and the owner comes forth and is able to relocate that manufactured home, or the property changes hands, obviously we will give them an opportunity to complete that transaction. Again, compliance is the goal here, not retribution or demolition necessarily. But Councilor Bassan, to your point, this has gone on for a long time without any sort of positive progress being made to address the issues.
Councilor Benton, I believe that was Councilor Bassan's close. Did you have something really quick?
That's fine, unless I did have a kind of a point of information in general, if Councilor Bassan will indulge me. I just wanted to ask the director, this is something I always thought about with regular, houses. When we demolish them, do we completely demolish the basic infrastructure on the site, i.e. sewer and water? And especially with a manufactured home, is that salvageable or not? Or do we just rip it all out all the way back to the meter?
Madam President, Councilor Benton, it's the latter. It's everything, even down to the foundation for a demolition of this nature is removed.
All right, thank you.
Okay, Councilor Bassan, is that your final close?
I urge your support. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. So councilors, we will move on to a vote. Ms. Ortega?
Yes.
Councilor Benton,
Yes.
Councilor Davis,
Yes.
Councilor Gibson,
Yes.
Councilor Harris,
Yes.
Councilor Jones,
Yes.
Councilor Pena,
No.
Councilor Sena,
Yes.
Councilor Borrego.
Yes.
Motion passes 8-1.
Thank you, councilors. We are going to move on to our next nuisance abatement issue, which is item D. Councilor Benton, R155.
Thank you, Madam President. R155 is a nuisance substandard dwelling or structure in need of abatement at 1804 High Street Southeast. Same old story. So ruined and damaged and dilapidated as to be a menace to public comfort, health, peace, and safety. It's required to be removed. I move it do pass.
I need a second, councilors. Councilor Davis, thank you. Councilor Bassan, thank you.
And I'll defer to Director Williams again.
Director Williams.
Madam President, thank you. Councilors, this matter also was before you 2 weeks ago at that hearing, at that meeting. We had a family member of the registered owner come forward and indicate that they were working on behalf of the family to make some improvements to this property, got involved at this stage of the game. Much like the property on Edith, code enforcement reports that that family member has talked with them and outlined a plan to rehabilitate the existing building. She has cleaned, or the family has cleaned the inside of the home, and they have reinforced the boards to keep trespassers out of the doors and the windows. And again, my understanding, they've made some payment on the liens. And my understanding is that the family member was going to join us this afternoon. If that's not the case, again, based on the work that's occurred over the past couple of weeks, code enforcement is happy with those efforts and would not be opposed to having this matter deferred until August, and then providing a report back to this council as to the effort of the objectives that have occurred since over July. We'll stand for any questions.
Thank you, Director Williams. Any questions of Director Williams? I'll go back to Councilor Benton. Councilor Benton, how would you like to proceed?
Yeah, if the family member is not here, I'll go ahead and once again, we'll defer this into the beginning of August. But, as with so many of these, they are 6 years and more typically, and even more in the case of Councilor Bassan's just that we just voted on. And we have to see strong evidence of progress in order to keep these in play as a possible salvage. But I will move a deferral until first meeting in August.
Thank you, Councillor Benton. I see a second from Councillor Sena. I don't believe there are any other questions, so we will move on to the vote. Ms. Ortega.
Councillor Bassan.
Yes.
Councillor Benton.
Yes.
Councillor Davis.
Yes.
Councillor Gibson.
Yes.
Councillor Harris.
Yes.
Councillor Jones.
Yes.
Councillor Pena.
No.
Councillor Sena.
Yes.
Councillor Borrego.
Yes.
8-1 on the deferral to August 2nd.
Thank you, councillors. I will just note, councillors, that we have David Holgreen on the line, and I'm going to give him his final opportunity. We had some technical difficulties earlier, I believe. Mr. Holmgreen, could you come on to, thank you. I'm going to give you one last opportunity to speak. The councillors, and I just advise you, the councillors already voted, but they may vote to change their vote at this point. We're going to give you 2 minutes as we did the other candidates. And then I'm going to give the council some instructions on how we're going to proceed with the final vote on this particular item. Mr. Holmgreen.
Well, thank you very much. I appreciate the opportunity. Look, all I want to say is I have a very extensive Inspector General background, and I know you have 2 other candidates you're looking at who have some impressive credentials, but I believe I bring a really comprehensive process to being the Inspector General for Albuquerque. And I just, I don't want to say anything negative about the process that went on. I'm just surprised that the requirements were that somebody be a certified Inspector General and some other experience that wasn't there, that I don't think in the other candidates. I bring that to the table, and I think it's a better option. I know you've made some decisions already. I appreciate that. I'd expressed my concerns previously, and I'm probably shooting myself in the foot, and I take that full responsibility for that. But I think if you want an Inspector General, then you want somebody that actually has done the job before, and I bring that to the table. And I thank you for your time.
Are there any questions of Mr. Holmgreen? Councilors? Councilor Harris?
Yes, I don't think that, have we announced the selection yet?
No, we have not, Councilor Harris.
Well, Madam President, yeah, so this is the gentleman who's from out of state, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Yeah, what I would like to do is just give everyone, just be clear that now that we've heard from this gentleman, that the councilors have an opportunity to reconsider their votes if they want to.
Yes, Councilor, that was going to be my next, after Mr. Holmgreen discussed his credentials, and I was going to come back to the council and discuss our votes.
Okay, thank you.
Do you have anything further, Mr. Holmgreen?
Nope, that's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you for being with us this afternoon, sir.
Thank you.
We're going to take you back into the waiting room, and I'm going to discuss with the council. Councilor Bassan, before I go to you, I just want to give some guidance. We've already voted on this particular item, but this is an opportunity for councilors to amend their votes, and we will come back to this item at a later time on the agenda. I'm going to place this item, I was going to place it as item F, as item G, or before item G, I guess, but I'm going to place it before item I, and give you an opportunity. If you want to change your vote, this is your opportunity to change your vote based on the information we just received. Please send an email, amended email to Crystal. If you decide to leave your vote as is, you do not have to send an amended email, just leave what you sent in place. And then we will tally that before item I. Councilor Bassan.
Thank you, Madam President. My question was for Mr. Holgren, but that's all right. But now
he's still on, Counselor, if you wanted.
It's fine, Madam President, but I would like to request that if we would like to confirm our previous vote, I think that would be valid, because otherwise Ms. Ortega might be wondering if she received everybody's email or not, or if she's still waiting to see or hear from us.
That's perfectly fine, Counselor. We can confirm our vote. If you'd like to send your confirmation as to how you already voted, or if you'd like to amend it, please send that forward before we get to item number I. And with that set of instructions, we will announce that once we have those results. So we are going to move on to item F, Councillor Benton, R164.
Thank you, Madam President. I'll move a do pass on R164. This is concerning the local election to be held in the city on November 2nd of 2021.
And you have a second from Councillor Davis and from Councillor Davis. Councillor Benton, would you like to proceed?
Madam President, I'll just, this is for our municipal election, and I don't really have anything to add unless councilors have questions of the administration or the city clerk's office.
Councillor Brisson.
Madam President, I just want to, again, in the staff write-up, it was made clear, and it's probably just a clerical error, but if not, I want to make sure that we're clear. It does say that the term begins on January 1st, 2021 in this legislation, and it should read January 1st, 2022.
Thank you for that correction, Councillor Brisson. That should be noted. Any other comments or questions? I don't see any. So with that, we will proceed to a vote. Ms. Ortega.
Madam Chair, I think that can we make this as a clerical amendment? Can the clerk make this a clerical amendment, or do we actually have to vote to amend the bill?
Madam President, if I may address Mr. Padilla's comment, it's something that we noted in the bill. To take it at its face would be an impossibility at this point. So I think it's just a technical amendment to clarify. The charter sets forth when the terms begin, and so it's something we'll just do technically. It doesn't require a vote.
And I do see the city clerk in the wings. Mr. Watson, did you want to comment?
No, Councillor Benton did just, thank you, Madam President. Councillor Benton, this just does describe the election and the seats that need to be filled, and then the dates, and sets the runoff date as well, and that's it. So.
Thank you, sir. Okay, councilors, with that technical amendment, we will move on to the vote. Ms. Ortega.
Councillor Bassan.
Yes.
Councillor Benton.
Yes.
Councillor Davis.
Yes.
Councillor Gibson.
Yes.
Councillor Harris.
Yes.
Councillor Jones.
Yes.
Councillor Pena.
Yes.
Councillor Sena.
Yes.
Councillor Borrego.
Yes.
Passes 9-0.
Thank you, councilors. We are going to move on to item G. Councillor Benton, R165.
Thank you, Madam President. I'll move a do pass on wrong page here.
Would you like me to read it? I can. Establishing a moratorium to prohibit cannabis retail, cannabis cultivation, and cannabis manufacturing uses in the Old Town Historic Protection Overlay Zone until, I think there's a typo there, until no sooner of July 1st, 2022, or when the 2021 Integrated Development Ordinance annual update becomes effective.
Thank you, Madam President. You read that perfectly.
There was a little typo in there.
Yeah, move a do pass, councilors.
And you have 2 seconds, Councillor Davis and Councillor Jones.
And if I may just quickly proceed and not take too much time, but we did spend a tremendous amount of time with the IDO amendments And there wasn't really a place in that process for to have this consideration. But I do think this is, of all the kind of, if you would call them sensitive areas in the city where we want to really evaluate what cannabis sales would look like, and that all sorts of other sales, by the way, are pretty strongly regulated. That's Old Town. So within that historic district, this would postpone the sale of cannabis and establishment of these businesses in Old Town until our next update of the IDO. Give us a chance to really touch base with all the stakeholders, including, even, for instance, well, of course, the Old Town Merchants and Property Owners Association, but also the perhaps the Landmarks and Urban Conservation Commission, for that matter, of what this would look like in Old Town. Things like signage, things like displays, all of that are carefully regulated in Old Town. And I think it merits this this pause. This would not prohibit it in the future, but rather give us a year to slice and dice how it looks in Old Town. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Benton. Councillor Sena.
Thank you, Madam President. I just had a question, and you actually somewhat clarified it just now. So just to be clear, this is just a pause. It does not prohibit it. If you can't come to a consensus or decision by the annual update or the date that you provided on the legislation, then current rules would permit or sit. Is that correct?
That is correct, Councillor Sena. It will be treated as any other zone district at that point.
Thank you.
Other questions, councillors? I don't see any. Oh, Councillor Sena.
Sorry, I just wanted to make it apparent too. Just another follow-up too, as we're pausing in this discussion, at least for what it would look like for Old Town. I hope that we continue. I know you stated it just earlier of who we have at the table, just making it really mindful to send those invitations to all, especially those that provided public comment. So I hope that effort is made. So I just appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Sena. With that, Councillor Benton to close.
Councillors, I urge your support.
Ms. Ortega, would you like to take the vote?
Councillor Bassan.
Yes.
Councillor Benton.
Yes.
Councillor Davis.
Yes.
Councillor Gibson.
Yes.
Councillor Harris.
Yes.
Councillor Jones.
Yes.
Councillor Pena.
Yes.
Councillor Sena.
Yes.
Councillor Borrego.
Yes.
9-0.
Thank you, councillors. Let me just remind you, councillors, on the IG vote, if you would either confirm or if you wanted to change your vote, this would be your opportunity before we come back to that. Item H, Councillor Benton, R166.
Thank you, Madam President. R166 is amending R17-233 enactment R 2017-095 to extend the effective date of the interim procedures while the Neighborhood Association Recognition Ordinance is updated. I move a do passed.
Councillor Benton, you have several seconds. Councillor Jones and I'm sorry, somebody put their hand down. So Councillor Jones, we'll take that as a second. Councillor Benton.
And we have introduced the new proposed ordinance for discussion, and we're going to have the month of July, of course, for people to look that over. And this would just keep in the interim procedures that we currently have in place. Urge your support, Council.
Looks like there's a couple of questions. Councillor Benton, Councillor Sena, and then Councillor Bassan.
Thank you, Madam President. I do have a few questions, and it kind of relates to what was stated at public comment as we're postponing this. And I appreciate the time that you're taking, of course, for community input through its implementation. I think this is one of the top concerns that I get from constituents, mostly from neighborhood associations, stating that they are struggling to have participation and they worry that this may bring more regulation. And I think, really through the summer and through our recess, to have that time to fully discuss it. But can I ask, in terms of the rules, it would pause any new neighborhood associations that overlap with other neighborhood associations. Is that correct? Can I just get either, I think it's Shanna or Petra that worked on this. I'm not sure, but Councilor Benton, if we can have a better explanation on this moratorium.
Yeah. So this is something that's already in place while we've been working on it, and I imagine Ms. Schultz or Mr. Melendres could both, either of them speak to this. Maybe.
And Councilor Benton, before you go into that discussion, also, I think you're going to have a technical amendment on your date regarding this particular item as well. So I'll have Mr. Melendres discuss both, please.
Thank you, Madam President. Really quickly on, I sent out a amendment earlier today. I don't know if it's available to pull up. There's a place in this resolution that references a June date for introduction of the narrow ordinance, and we prepared an amendment to clarify that it's intended to be introduced in August at this point. And I will get that sent over to Julian right now, and he'll be able to pull it up. He's got it now. And while he's pulling that up, I apologize, Councilor Sena, you're going to have to remind me what your question was.
Thank you. And Mr. Melendres, if you can go over just what is the current, I guess, guidelines as we're continuing the discussion of the narrow. I think the biggest, I guess, clarification is that neighborhood associations can form. However, those neighborhood associations that may overlap another cannot form a new neighborhood association in the meantime. Is that correct?
Madam President, Councilor Sena, yes, that is correct. The interim guidance is exactly as you stated, that neighborhood associations with overlapping boundaries cannot be created during this time.
Can I have a follow-up question, Madam President?
Yes, Councilor, you still have the floor.
Okay. So for those that do want to chime in and have those discussions or concerns or comments that may be part of those that are overlapping, what's their process to be able to participate? Would they still engage with the overall neighborhood association that they may overlap with?
Madam President, Councilor Sena, I think first it's important to point out that there aren't very many instances presently of neighborhood associations with overlapping boundaries. And the draft, which has been circulated before, indicated that if boundaries were in place at a certain date in 2017, which I believe the overlapping boundaries were, and they continue to function at this point, that they would not be required to dissolve or change their boundaries. But moving forward, new associations couldn't form. So they would be able to continue to participate in their current capacity, even with those overlaps.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Sena. Councilor Bassan.
Thank you, Madam President. I have a couple of questions. So with the introduction of the proposed ordinance and us saying that we're going to have some time for public input to review this proposed ordinance, how long or when do you anticipate that we probably will be able to approve this and get it in the works?
I'll ask Mr. Melendres just as far as the process. We were hoping to have it introduced actually today, but there were some glitches in the drafting. But once it's introduced, Mr. Melendres, what do you see as the pathway?
Madam President, Councilor Bassan and Councilor Benton, it has been a long process of developing this ordinance, and drafts have been presented before now, and staff has continued to work diligently to make sure that the drafts are in a form that is internally consistent and cohesive and understandable, and that articulates the obligations of the Office of Neighborhood Coordination, and sets out clear parameters for the narrow. And in that process, the target date that Councilor Benton had set was for introduction as of this meeting today. The last draft we turned around was just from last week, and I would say that it is very near ready for introduction. But I think that because this is an important ordinance and there's a lot of attention on it, I think it is important that when it's introduced, it does have a great deal of attention to detail. And I think that that's where we're at right now with it. In speaking with Councilor Benton, I do anticipate that it will be prepared for introduction in August. At that time, through the normal council process, it would be referred to committee and reported out of committee and then come to council. Obviously, at the committee and council level, there are opportunities for additional public input. There are opportunities to take additional time through the form of deferrals or inviting participation at those meetings. The resolution that is before you today proposes that the interim guidelines be extended through the end of the year. And so if this gets into the hopper, so to speak, in August, I think that just based on what you're looking at in front of you with this resolution, it would be anticipated that it would be ready for a vote by the city council at least by the end of the year, if not sooner.
Thank you, Mr. Melendres. And Madam President, I have one more question.
Go ahead, Councilor, you still have the floor.
Thank you, ma'am. Just to play devil's advocate, what happens if we didn't pass this tonight?
Madam President, councilors, this is a continuation of a process that it has been pointed out started several years ago that included the city council bringing on a contractor to engage in a public input process, involved the culmination of that process and a report being developed, and then the preparation of the ordinance and collecting a significant number of comments and analyzing them in reference to what is being proposed. And so if this is not voted upon today, essentially the interim guidance would expire at the end of this month, and the existing narrow in its current form would be sort of the backstop for that, and it would not include things like no new districts with overlapping boundaries, and it would continue to move forward with, quite frankly, a lot of the ambiguities that exist within the narrow today.
Councilor Bassan?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Melendres.
Are there other questions of councilors? So I have a quick question. Mr. Melendres, when is this study going to reach our, is that part of the information that will be coming to us as part of these interim procedures, or?
Madam President, if you're referring to the report that was done from the City Council's contractor, that report is available now. If I'm not mistaken, it was submitted to the City Council for its receipt. However, we do have that available, and I think we'll go ahead and just send that out again to all the councilors so that it is readily available within your email inboxes in case you want to reference it.
Okay, so at our next meeting, if we pass this tonight, then that report is an interim guideline, or I'm not understanding how that.
Madam President, I apologize for the confusion. No, the report is what is sort of informing the updates to the ordinance. So that's, the report sort of tracks more with the ordinance that we're discussing that is targeted to be introduced in August. The interim resolution that you're voting on tonight sort of continues the status quo that was identified by the council as the appropriate pathway when the public process and narrow revision process was kicked off. So by moving this resolution tonight, you're only voting to continue the interim process while we all anxiously await the opportunity to review the narrow before the council and its committees.
Okay, that's much more clear. Thank you. Councilor Pena?
Thank you, Madam President. So how long have we been in this status of waiting on the have the moratorium for the neighborhood stuff? Mr. Melendez, I'm sorry. I have a lot.
No problem, Madam President. I was actually just consulting with staff really quick to make sure I get the date right, but this process began in October of 2017.
And this kind of moratorium that we've had in place has been how long? Since
Madam
then?
President, Councilor Pena, yes, since that time.
So currently neighborhood associations can't form a neighborhood association since 2017?
Madam President, Councilor Pena, that's not quite accurate. There are a number of neighborhood associations in existence that have continued to function during the interim guidelines that are found within the resolution. To the extent that there are areas within the city that are presently not served or represented by a neighborhood association, those are eligible to form new associations so long as their proposed boundaries do not overlap with any of those in existence today.
So Mr. Melendez, so if we vote yes, Councilor Benton and Councilor Jones are saying that they're going to move the process forward now in August. And I'm sorry for being repetitive. It's just that I have like a family thing going on here. So,
Madam President, Councilor Pena, no problem. Yes, so that the resolution, in fact, the amendment that Julian will pull up for us here shortly will amend one of the recitals in the resolution that specifically references the intent to introduce the revised narrow for consideration of the council and its committees in August.
August. Okay, thank you.
Any other counselors? If not, Councilor Benton to close. Oh, before we go to that close, Councilor, we do have the amendment that we are considering a technical amendment, and we will call that floor amendment number 1.
Thank you, Madam President. I'll move floor amendment number 1. And this reads on page 2, line 3 through 4, amend as follows: whereas a draft of the revised narrow is near completion and will be intended to be introduced to the City Council review and approval process in August of 2021.
Councilor Benton, we have a second. Is there a second? Councilor Bassan, thank you for the second. Okay, any other questions on the amendment? Does not appear so. Ms. Ortega.
Councilor Bassan.
Yes.
Councilor Benton.
Yes.
Councilor Davis.
Yes.
Councilor Gibson.
Yes.
Thank you. Councilor Harris.
Yes.
Councilor Jones.
Thank you. I'd like to make one statement first, and that is that I am not a co-sponsor of this legislation. I simply seconded the motion. So
Okay.
my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilor Pena. Councilor Pena?
On the amendment, correct?
Yes,
Correct.
on the amendment, Councilor.
Yes.
Thank you. Councilor Sena?
Yes.
Councilor Borrego?
Yes.
9-0 on Amendment 1.
Okay, counselors, so now we're going to go back to the original bill, R166, Councilor Benton.
Yeah, counselors, believe me, we really thought we would be ready to introduce this tonight. And it's disappointing to me, very disappointing. I'm sure it is to a lot of people that they want to see it. And if we have it if we get the language straight, we will put this out in the absence of an introduction so that everyone can see it as soon as possible. But I urge your support.
Thank you, Counselor. Hang on one. Okay, counselors, sorry, staff was trying to get my attention. Counselors, we will move to a vote on this. Ms. Ortega.
Counselor Bassan,
Yes.
Counselor Benton,
Yes.
Counselor Davis,
Yes.
Counselor Gibson,
Yes.
Counselor Harris,
Yes.
Counselor Jones,
Yes.
Counselor Pena,
No.
Counselor Sena,
No.
Counselor Borrego.
No.
Passes on a 6-3 vote.
Thank you, counselors. We will, at this point, we have heard from all of our counselors regarding item 13, which is OC 35, selection of the Inspector General. And we have heard from we've received your confirmations or your amendments, and the results have been tallied. And I would like to move confirmation of Melissa Santisteban as our Inspector General.
Madam President, for point of order, do we have to move this back on the agenda before we take a final action?
No, we don't. I'm looking at Mr. Melendres right now, Counselor.
Then I second your motion.
Thank you. Thank you, and happy birthday to you, Counselor. And I see another second by Counselor Harris. Thank you, Counselor Harris. Or is that a question, Counselor Harris?
That's a question. I thought, don't we have to move to take it off the table or no?
I'm looking at Mr. Melendres and he's shaking his head
Well,
no.
Madam President and Councilor Harris, you're exactly right. We would normally, if we would have properly moved to put it on the table in the first place. And so since that motion didn't occur, it didn't seem appropriate that we would need to undo a motion that didn't happen. So we're treating it as the president's prerogative to bring it back up on the agenda at this point.
Okay.
And I announced earlier, Counselor Harris and Counselor Davis, that we would move it as item prior to item I, if you remember when we were talking earlier. So I am going to, so I have a motion on the table. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Counselor Gibson. We have a motion and a second. Are there any questions? If not, we will move to the vote. Ms. Ortega.
Counselor Bassan,
No.
Counselor Benton,
Yes.
Counselor Davis,
Yes.
Counselor Gibson,
Yes.
Counselor Harris,
Yes.
Counselor Jones,
Yes.
Counselor Pena,
Yes.
Counselor Sena,
Yes.
Counselor Borrego.
Yes.
Passes 8-1.
Thank you, counselors. We will move back to item number I. As stated before, Counselor Bassan, R169. Counselor Bassan.
Thank you, Madam President. R169 is concerning a bond election to be held in the city of Albuquerque at the next regular local election on November 2nd, 2021. Submitting to a vote of the qualified electors at such regular local elections certain questions for authorizing the issuance of general obligation bonds in varying principal amounts and for specified public purposes, and providing the form of the bond questions. I move it do pass.
Counselor Bassan, I'm sorry, could you repeat that? I was being distracted. I heard you make a motion, but I didn't hear the motion.
Madam President, I can reread it all if you'd like, but I move a do pass for R169.
Thank you. And it appears that you have 2 seconds. Counselor Sena and somebody else who lowered their hand. So very well. Are there questions, counselors, regarding R169? I don't see any questions, Counselor Bassan. So with that, we will move to a vote. Ms. Ortega.
Counselor Bassan,
Yes.
Counselor Benton,
Yes.
Counselor Davis,
Yes.
Counselor Gibson,
Yes.
Counselor Harris? Counselor Harris? Counselor Harris? Excused. Counselor Jones?
Yes.
Counselor Pena?
Yes.
Counselor Sena?
Yes.
Counselor Borrego?
Yes.
Counselor Harris? Passes 8-0 with Harris excused.
Thank you, counselors. We will move on to item J, R161. And what this item is establishing a traffic management and safety improvements to Universe Boulevard from Irving Boulevard to Ventana Hills Road as a priority for the city of Albuquerque. I will move this, and I would like to see if I have a second. Councilor Gibson, thank you so much. And I have Tom Minicucci on the phone, on the line. Mr. Minicucci, would you like to address us?
Sure. Madam President, members of the council, what this resolution does is that it establishes as a priority the implementation of the recommendations from a study. So I need to make this clear. This is not related to the study. It's related to the study in that it requires the implementation of the recommendations, but it's not addressing the study itself. The study will occur in September of this year once the system is back, the roadway system in the city is back in full operation. And then once recommendations from that study are made, it will then, with this resolution would ask that those recommendations become a priority. So what is the issue and why does it need to be a priority? The issue is simply on Universe Road between Ventana Hills Road and Irving Boulevard. A kind of a combination of three safety hazards have come together. And it's kind of created a complex of safety hazards which need to be addressed. Those hazards are one, first of all, at County Court, I believe it's County Knoll Court, Ventana Ranch Road. There used to be a four-way stop controlled intersection. It used to be that. I'm not quite sure if it was a signal or a four-way stop. The counselor would probably remember that. But what happened is that the city at one point in time removed that four-way stop control. So now it's traffic free flows on Universe, and then there's this two-way stops on County Court Road, Knoll Road, and Ventana Ranch Road, which are the same roads but different sides of Universe. That was put into place because of the other traffic issue that's occurring, safety issue, that was up at Universe and Irving. At that point in time, Universe and Irving was, I believe, either not stop controlled four ways or it was four-way stop and a signal was put in. Once that signal was put in, it was determined either because County Court Road was too close to the signal at Irving, that the control system at County Knoll Road and Universe could be removed. Or else it was because it was assumed that once the signal was put in at Irving, it would meter traffic such that it'd create safe gaps for people to get out onto Irving to Universe from County Knoll Road and Ventana Ranch Road. But that didn't occur, that hasn't necessarily occurred. The residents there have for years complained that since this four-way stop was removed, what happened is that it's made it there's a third traffic safety issue going on, and that is they're speeding up and down Universe. So between now having to kind of go out, and there might be some side issue distances we're not quite clear, and the speeding, it's made it very uncomfortable or dangerous that they feel like to get out onto Universe. And that because of it, they have seen the neighbors have witnessed an increase in wrecks. So with these three, then the final and third issue that's come up is that even though a signal has now been put in at Universe and Irving, there are still wrecks occurring, sometimes pushing traffic completely out of the intersection onto the adjacent lands next door. So that indicates that some adjustments need to either be made to how that signal intersection is laid out, or possibility they may have to look at a traffic circle for that intersection. So with these three events coming on, the study has been warranted. The study will go ahead and will occur in fall. It will be paid for by council set aside. Again, the recommendations are to be put into the priority resolution. So why a priority resolution? The priority resolution is what it does is that besides there being a need to address traffic safety, there's additional factor going on here. Remember, the city removed a four-way. It's not that the city has never put in this four-way controlled intersection at County Knoll Road and Ventana that neighbors asked for. It's different that the city removed a section. So there's a little bit of a concern amongst the neighborhood how committed is the city to looking again at this intersection? The other factor too is that the intersection just will not warrant a signal. So we're going to have to look at other means of addressing it. So the priority resolution says, yes, we realize there's a safety issue. And we realized that there was an unusual situation here in that you actually lost a controlled intersection. And the priority says that no, this kind of has that, so there's a little bit of uniqueness circumstance. So by dropping a priority resolution, you're confirming that no, the city does care, even though it may not look like it because we removed our four-way stop control, but the city does care. The city is committed to addressing the safety issues at these intersections. Now, what's it mean once you make it a priority? The priority is actually a qualitative priority. The first resolution, section of the resolution says you shall make it a priority. But the second one says, and this is what the city should do. The reason we use should instead of shall is that it asks that the city commit funding to it, but we cannot pre-commit funding to a project for funding we may not have yet in place. So what it does is it says that it gives guidance to the administration to say, look, when it's time to start looking at funding in the 2023 capital bill, this should be on your priority list of projects you look at. It doesn't necessarily say you have to put funding into it, but when you look at all your projects, if you have we really need to do this, we need to do this, and we'd like to do this, this should be part of your really need to do this list. Again, it doesn't guarantee there'll be enough funding for it, but it does tell the neighborhoods we're going to make it a priority. The same thing too is that when the council, it should be a priority on our capital outlay list, that we should have it there, that it will go out on our capital outlay request we do every year as a priority. Also, when we go to COG, what it says is that if during the next 3 years before we do our next TIP, or next 2 years when we're doing a TIP, either A, the city will make it a priority in its next TIP, or B, if there's some TIP amendments and some money becomes available, this will be part of that list of 3 or 4 projects that TMD has on the top of their list to go ahead and to see if it'll fit for that funding. So again, it just kind of makes it it doesn't commit the funds, but makes it a higher priority. So that's basically it in a nutshell. And again, to reemphasize, the reason for a priority resolution is that we do have to go back to the neighborhood and do that extra assurance that the city is committed, being that we had removed a 4-way controlled intersection. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions of Tom? Counselors, and I just wanted to add that there have been several fatalities at this area in the last year and a half, 2 years. So, I mean, we are really, that there has been public outcry from the neighborhood that the city address this issue and these intersections. So, with that, counselors, if we don't have any questions, then I'm going to move to a vote. Ms. Ortega?
Counselor Bassan?
Yes.
Counselor Benton?
Yes.
Counselor Davis?
Yes.
Counselor Gibson?
Yes.
Counselor Harris? Counselor Harris? Counselor Jones?
Yes.
Counselor Pena?
Yes, sorry.
Thank you. Counselor Sena?
Yes.
Counselor Borrego?
Yes.
8-0 with Harris excused.
Thank you, counselors. We are going to move on to item number K. Counselors, this is Counselor Sena, R167. Counselor Sena.
Thank you, Madam President. R167 is approving an award from the U.S. Department of Treasury for emergency rental assistance and providing an appropriation to the Department of Family and Community Services beginning in fiscal year 2021. I move a due pass.
Thank you, Counselor Sena. You have a second from Counselor Bassan. Any discussion, counselors?
Madam President, I have an amendment that I would like to move.
Go ahead, Counselor Sena.
Thank you, Madam President. I move floor amendment number 1, as you see on your screen. I do want to state maybe a technical amendment to source, as it's missing a C, but it reads on page 1, line 24, insert the following. In addition to any other eligible expenditures of this funding source, these funds will be made available to assist eligible renters with payment of security deposits. So the explanation of this amendment is that as families are going into the rental market in need of this assistance, it's been a barrier. I think we've discussed this on council before, where many families, even with housing vouchers, could not afford the security deposit, so they had a housing voucher in their hands. So really being that security deposits have been a barrier for many of our families, and in particular now with any emergency rental assistance, that should not be a continued barrier for that, especially as through the pandemic and the almost near end of the moratorium for eviction. So I urge your support.
Sir, I'm sorry, I'm talking to myself over here. I do not see a second, so I will offer a second for that amendment. Councillor Davis is offering a second as well. Thank you. Any questions, councillors? Don't see any questions. Ms. Ortega on the amendment.
Councillor Bassan,
Yes.
Councillor Benton,
Yes.
Councillor Davis,
Yes.
Councillor Gibson,
Yes.
Councillor Harris, Councillor Harris, Councillor Jones,
Yes.
Councillor Pena,
Yes.
Councillor Sena,
Yes.
Councillor Borrego.
Yes.
Amendment 1 passes 8-0.
Thank you, councillors. We will go back to the original bill. Councillor Sena.
Thank you, Madam President. If councillors don't have any questions, this is really the funds that were coming from the Treasury. We are getting $24 million, a little bit over 24 million, to address this concern of eviction and providing the rental assistance that's needed for our families. I just want to urge those that are watching in our community to please apply. If you are impacted in any way because of COVID and need that assistance, please do apply. As I stated previously as well, Karen Myers has been helpful. A lot of our providers have also been helpful in getting the word out. I know that it is also being spread in multiple languages. So I do hope that that is sent to all of our community. So if you don't have any questions, that will be my closing. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Sena. So with that, we will move to Ms. Ortega for the vote.
Councillor Bassan,
Councillor Bassan, you're muted.
Yes.
thank you. Councillor Benton,
Yes.
Councillor Davis,
Yes.
Councillor Gibson,
Yes.
Councillor Harris, Councillor Harris, Councillor Jones,
Yes.
Councillor Pena,
Yes.
Councillor Sena,
Yes.
Councillor Borrego.
Yes.
8-0 on our 167 as amended.
Thank you, councillors. And we already addressed item number L, so we would move on to item number M. Councillor Pena, R174.
Thank you, Madam President. R174 is adopting the FY 2022 through FY 2023 two-year Urban Enhancement Trust Fund program and appropriating the funds for the Urban Enhancement Programs project. I move it to pass.
Thank you, Councillor Pena. And you have a second from Councillor Bassan and Councillor Sena. Would you like to address your item?
I would just urge your support. All the projects are in your packet. You can see lots of great things were funded this year with the trust fund. So urge your support.
Thank you, Councillor Pena. I do not see any other questions. We will move to a vote. Ms. Ortega.
Councillor Bassan,
Yes.
Councillor Benton,
Yes.
Councillor Davis,
Yes.
Councillor Gibson,
Yes.
thank you. Councillor Harris, Councillor Harris, Councillor Jones,
Yes.
Councillor Pena,
Yes.
thank you. Councillor Sena,
Yes.
Councillor Borrego.
Yes.
8-0.
Thank you, councillors. Councillors, we have 4 other items. Would you like to just continue on and try to finish, or would you like to take a break? I see yes, that means you want to keep on going. So I think we can get through this fairly quickly, councillors. Item number N, Councillor Pena, R176.
Thank you, Madam President. R176 is amending the adopted capital implementation program of the City of Albuquerque by approving new projects, supplementing current appropriations, and changing the scope of existing projects. I move it to pass.
Counselor Pena, you have a second from Counselor Sena. Do we have questions of counselors? We do have 3 amendments, counselors, and Counselor, let's see. The first amendment is, Counselor Pena, if you would entertain our amendments. The first amendment is sponsored by myself, and I would like to call that amendment number 1. On page 5, after line 26, insert the following. Attachment 1 to this resolution submits an updated list of transportation tax deficiency projects that includes the text changes and amendments to the list submitted through this resolution. And there's the explanation is right under that. So I would move that amendment, and I see a second from Counselor Sena. Any questions, counselors? If not, we will move to a vote on amendment number 1. Ms. Ortega.
Counselor Bassan.
Yes.
Counselor Benton. Counselor Benton. Counselor Davis.
Yes.
Counselor Gibson.
Yes.
Counselor Harris. Counselor Harris. Counselor Jones.
Yes.
Thank you. Counselor Pena.
Yes. Everyone's checking on my granddaughter.
That's right. Counselor Sena.
Yes.
Counselor Borrego.
Yes.
Amendment 1 passes on a 7-0 vote.
Amendment 1 passes on a 7-0 vote. We will move to amendment number 2, and that will come up on the screen, counselors. Amendment number 2 is sponsored by Counselor Benton. Counselor Benton.
Sorry, Madam Chair. Yes, I'll move amendment number 2. This reads as following. Page 4, after line 8, insert the following. Rio Grande Complete Street South of Central minus, that's from the 13 GO bond, minus 30,000. Montano Pad Bite improvements, minus 15,339. Rio Grande Complete Streets South of Central 17 GO bond, minus 316,169. 12th and Sawmill, 45,339. 12th and Sawmill, again, 316,169. Indian School Road improvements, and counselors, again, these are all just within District 2. The scope of the project is expanded to include striping and other roadway improvements on Odelia Road from Broadway Boulevard to University Boulevard. Indian School Road, Diet West. The scope of the project is expanded to include striping and other roadway on Odelia from Broadway Boulevard to University Boulevard. And then Indian School Road, Diet East. The scope is expanded to include striping and other road improvements on Odelia from Broadway to University Boulevard.
Thank you, Counselor Benton. I'll second your motion on floor amendment number 2.
Thank you, Madam President.
Any questions of Counselor Benton's amendment number 2? If not, we will move to a vote on floor amendment number 2.
Counselor Bassan.
Yes.
Counselor Benton.
Yes.
Counselor Davis.
Yes.
Counselor Gibson.
Yes.
Counselor Harris. Counselor Harris. Counselor Jones.
Yes.
Counselor Pena.
Yes.
Counselor Sena.
Yes.
Counselor Borrego.
Yes.
8-0 on amendment 2.
Thank you, counselors. That passes on 8-0 vote. We will move on to floor amendment number 3. This is sponsored by Counselor Sena and Counselor Pena. Who would like to present this?
I can present, Madam President. I move floor amendment number 3 on page 4 after line 19, insert the following. Answer from I-40 to Central from the 17 Geo Bond. The scope is expanding to include the planning, designing, engineering, right-of-way of acquisition and construction of improvements to Central Avenue from Unser Boulevard to 106th Street. This allows for about 1.4 plus million of unused projects funding from the Central Avenue and Unser Boulevard phase of the West Central Complete Streets project to be used to fund the next phase of the West Central Complete Streets project.
Thank you, Councillor Senna. And I have a second by Councillor Bassan. Thank you, Councillor Bassan, for that second. And this is floor amendment number 3. Any questions? I do not see any questions in the queue. So with that, Ms. Ortega.
Councillor Bassan,
Yes.
Councillor Benton,
Yes.
Councillor Davis,
Yes.
Councillor Gibson,
Yes.
Councillor Harris, Councillor Jones,
Yes.
Councillor Pena,
Yes.
Councillor Senna,
Yes.
Councillor Borrego,
Yes.
8-0 on Amendment 3.
Thank you. That concludes our floor amendments, councilors. We will go back to the original bill, R-176. Councillor Pena.
Urge your support.
Thank you, Councillor Pena. Any other questions? I guess not. That was a close. We will go to Ms. Ortega.
Councillor Bassan,
Yes.
Councillor Benton,
Yes.
Councillor Davis,
Yes.
Councillor Gibson,
Yes.
Councillor Harris, Councillor Harris, Councillor Jones,
Yes.
Councillor Pena,
Yes.
Councillor Senna,
Yes.
Councillor Borrego,
Yes.
8-0 on R-176 as amended.
Thank you, councilors. We will move on to item number O. And this is sponsored by Councillor Councillor Senna, Councillor Senna, Councillor Pena, and Councillor Davis, R-178. Who would like to present this?
Thank you, Madam President. I'll take this one. For R-178 is amending the city operating budget language to clarify the intent of the City Council to implement a comprehensive zero fare pilot. I move it to pass.
Thank you, Councillor Senna. And I have a second from Councillor Davis. I think before, are there any comments on the original bill? Councillor
Yes.
Senna?
Councillor Borrego, I actually have an amendment to clarify some language. I think overall, I will be moving to defer this after we have some of this clarifying language, after we've had discussions with the administration. But until then, I would like to move the amendment.
We will put that on the screen, and there it is. We will call this floor amendment number 1. Councillor Senna, would you like to discuss your floor amendment?
Yes, I'd like to move floor amendment number 1, which on page 1, line 11, after the word riders, delete the remaining part of the sentence. On page 2, line 1, after the word fares, delete the remaining part of that sentence. Really, this amendment is to clarify some of the concerns or questions that we had at Finance and Government Operations in terms of having that exclusion of other riders. After we had clarification from both legal, from our transit department, and from the administration, this amendment was necessary.
Thank you, Councillor Senna. And we have a second on the floor amendment number 1 from Councillor Davis. And I would go to the administration then if they would like to clarify Councillor Senna's request.
Madam President and members of the council, thank you, Councillor Senna, for the amendment. It certainly clarifies that particular issue, and we appreciate working together on this bill as we move forward.
Thank you, Mr. Royale. Any questions of the administration? Does not appear so. So we will move back to floor amendment number 1. Councillor Senna, to close on your floor amendment.
Urge your support. Thank you.
Thank you. We will move to Ms. Ortega. Ms. Ortega?
Bassan,
Yes.
Councillor Benton, Counselor Benton.
Yes.
Thank you. Counselor Davis.
Yes.
Counselor Gibson.
Yes.
Counselor Harris. Counselor Harris. Counselor Jones.
Yes.
Counselor Pena.
Yes.
Counselor Sena.
Yes.
Counselor Borrego.
Yes.
8-0 on Amendment 1.
Thank you, counselors. So with that, we will move back to the original bill. It's R-178. Counselor Sena, Pena, or Davis to close.
Actually, Madam President,
Yep.
if I can actually call upon the Mayor's conference room again with Mr. Real to provide some of the clarification as to why we will be moving for a deferral, but also to provide some clarification to the public as it relates to this bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Councillor Sena, and members of the council. First and foremost, this issue is an important issue to the city as a whole, and certainly the mayor supports the intent of this resolution. However, during the course of this conversation, we've come across a couple of things that we think might create some confusion as it relates to this bill. One is that there's language in the budget that was put in the budget that talks about continuing free fares. And then there is this particular item that is about creating a pilot project beginning in October. So we want to make sure that we're all in, if you will, coordinated with that, with what we're doing through with our bus system, if you will, as it relates to fares. So that's an important piece. So one of our conversations with counselors today was if we could give us some time so that we can make sure that we get the messaging out that we need to the public, that we're going to continue the free fares that were in place during this course of the pandemic, which was the fares for young people and the fares for seniors. Additionally, that we would give us some time to work with the counselors, the sponsors of the bill, to look at the issues associated with safety and operational issues to work through. And so I committed to Councillor Sena if we could have a deferral till the first week of August so that we could work through this to the month of July and come back with a plan that would help us implement this program and get the data and the information that we all like to see. I would also just indicate, so far the experiences have been with, in particular with ART in the corridor as it relates to the users, et cetera, and the operations there. We certainly know that we are getting a lot more requests from the public and from, quite frankly, from our drivers in the corridor that safety is a big issue. And so we want to make sure we get all that data and get something lined up so that if we move forward with this program, that we are all working together to ensure that we're doing the best job we can for the community. So we thank Councillor Sena for giving us some time. And we will make sure that we clarify to the public the councilors' language that was put in the budget document and the funding that was associated with that to ensure that the free fares continue.
Thank you, Mr. Rael. Councillor Sena, did you have a follow-up with Mr. Rael?
Just a few questions and comments. I just want to be sure that this also tracks alongside the other two. I know we have an ordinance update and another, I think it's a resolution that clarifies our intent of a zero fare pilot program. So I think my question is more for Ms. Ortega, our clerk. If we defer this to August, that will be heard alongside, this bill would be heard alongside with the other two corresponding bills. Is that correct?
Madam President, Councillor Sena, yes, that is correct. Those items were reported out from committee this evening, which means they will hit the August 2nd agenda for final action.
Thank you for that, Ms. Ortega. And I think through this, I really want to ensure that our public, and we just get the commitment to that if there is this misunderstanding, those individuals who do get on the bus expecting zero fares, that also be mitigated. Because I think that we are providing a lot of confusion, and if these bills are tracked at the same time, it should really eliminate or at least mitigate some of that confusion as well. So I know that we have a few questions in the queue, but I just want to thank you for working with us on this, and I hope that the conversation continues.
Thank you, Councillor Senna. And I just had a quick question, just to follow up with Councillor Senna's discussion before I go to Councillor Bassan, since I still have Mr. Royale in the room. At the FGO meeting, I asked if we were going to be doing any or providing any information regarding fiscal impact. And I just wonder, Mr. Royale, if you will be providing that to us.
Madam President, Councillor, yes, we will. We are looking at that as well and making sure that we've got that information for you. So stay tuned for that for sure.
Thank you so much. Councillor Bassan?
Thank you, Madam President. My question, is this going to change and affect any of the $3 million that's been allocated for this if we delay and we don't start and we defer? Given how the mathematical equation seems to have worked to come to that amount, is it going to change when we get there?
Madam President and Councillor Bassan, not entirely. Keep in mind that the $3 million is roughly the equivalent of the fares that we collect on a normal year for operations. But this was before we had implemented the free fares for 25 and younger and 65 and older. So those are all already in place going into this year's budget. So it shouldn't have a tremendous impact on that number. In fact, it might give us a little more a cushion, if you will, if we agree in the next 2 months to get these bills aligned and we start the pilot in October, we should be in good shape.
Okay, I'm going to go back to Councillor Senna, and I noticed that Mr. Menicucci is in the chat room, and I think he has something to say as well. So Councillor Senna, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm going to move deferral until our August 2nd council meeting.
Councillor Senna, before you move that, can I just ask Mr. Menicucci to, he had an item he wanted to just raise or discuss. Are you okay with that? Go ahead, Mr. Menicucci.
Yes, Council President, members of council, I think the question came from the council director as to, we could just give a quick explanation again where the $3 million came up from. As Mr. Real stated, it was from the 2019 enterprise fund before the current free fares were introduced or zero fares were introduced for seniors and elderly, or for elderly and students. The $3 million came from, it was that fare, recognizing that one, there would be some deduction savings caused by not having to pay people to count the fares and to maintain the equipment, which they estimated was somewhere around $550,000, plus a current credit given to the county. The county currently pays us to have to run routes in their area, but that we rebate back to them about $125,000 worth of estimated fares that are collected within the county. So that would leave about $625,000. But they decided not to bring it down to 2.4 million, to keep it at 3, because like Mr. Real just stated, they needed a cushion. That cushion was one, to market the changes, and 2, as he said, if there were additional security needs, to make sure that there were some funding to provide that additional security needs. So that is kind of where the $3 million has come from. And then also, if there is a significant increase in ridership, to pay for any additional expenses that creates.
Thank you, Mr. Menicucci and Councillor Senna. I think you have a second from Councillor Davis. Is that a second, Councillor Davis? Thank you so much. Councillor Senna to close.
Urge your support. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Senna. So with that, we will move to Ms. Ortega.
Councillor Bassan.
Just a point of clarification, we're deferring till August?
Correct, August 2nd, as amended.
Yes.
Councillor Benton.
Yes.
Councillor Davis.
Yes.
Councillor Gibson.
Yes.
Councillor Harris.
Yes.
Councillor Jones.
Yes.
Councillor Pena. Councillor Pena. Councillor Senna.
Yes.
Councillor Borrego.
Yes.
8-0 on the deferral to August 2nd, as amended.
Thank you, councillors. We are moving on to item Q, which is Counselor Pena and Counselor Senna, R180. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm ahead of myself. Counselors, we are moving on to our item P. Counselor Davis and Counselor Benton, R179.
Councilor
Madam
Benton.
President.
Okay, there we go.
Okay, thanks. Madam President, I'll just move this. R179 is declaring the intent of the City Council of the city to consider for adoption a resolution approving the formation of a South Campus Tax Increment Development District, approving subject to further proceedings of the City Council a tax increment development plan for the district, which includes description of areas to be included, the purposes of the district, identification of GRT increment and property tax increment, financing mechanisms, etc. I move it do pass.
Thank you, Counselor Benton. You have a second by Counselor Davis.
And Madam President, I guess I don't have anything immediately. Let's see, I think we have some folks, Mr. Murphy and from the UNM and let me see here, and UNM Real Estate Development Director Tom Neal, I believe, as well. So I don't know who would like to lead off with the description of where we are with this.
Mr. Moy, are they in the chat room? Okay, because I don't see them on the screen. Mr. Murphy, Mr. Neal?
Yeah, Madam Chair, members of the council. My name is Kim Murphy. I'm representing Lobo Development Corporation. That is a nonprofit corporation that's solely owned by the Regents of the University of New Mexico. We've been working on a tax increment development district proposal for South Campus for several years now. And this is a joint project between the city of Albuquerque and the university. Can start my video, I guess. Apologize for that. We're in a position now that the application is complete. It has been submitted to the city administration back in March. We've had some recent administration feedback on some things that they would like us to consider for funding of the TID. We feel that given that nature of those requests and the fact that our leadership at the university has not really to date had been in a position to consider those requests, we feel that a deferral would be appropriate at this time to allow the university and the administration with council input to consider those recent clarifications and requests. And so we would respectfully ask for a deferral.
Thank you, Mr. Murphy. Mr. Neal, would you like to say something as well?
I would just confirm what Mr. Murphy said. We would like to defer this and give us some time to work through issues between council, the mayor's administration, and the university.
Thank you, Mr. Neal. Any other questions of Mr. Murphy or Mr. Neal? I'd just like to know if Mr. Murphy has a secret, because he looks exactly the same from 30 years ago. You have to offer that to us, Mr. Murphy.
You're very kind, Madam Chair.
So we have a motion and a second for the original bill. Councilor Benton, would you like to offer a motion for deferral?
I will move for a deferral. I don't know if Councilor Davis has any comments prior to that.
If I may, Madam President, just briefly,
Councilor Davis?
If we haven't already on the record, I'll offer a second for Councilor Ben's motion for the deferral, I believe until August 2nd, if he didn't say it earlier, unless he has a different date in mind. I just want to reiterate, this is an important piece that we've been working on for what now, 3 years, Councilor Benton, with the administration and with the university. It's an economic development driver for the South Campus at UNM. Lots of new opportunities to create positive business activity there, support the university and diversify their income, and quite frankly, to leverage some state and federal dollars to do that and bringing some new economic activity. And this council has been really critical in helping us bring new activity like Netflix and Orion and other drivers to that corridor. And this would bring some much needed retail and activity to South Campus to make some positive things to do in addition to the United and the Isotopes and all the Lobos things. But as you heard, this information was submitted to the administration way back in March, and it is a little frustrating that we literally learned this week that the mayor's administration had not yet presented it, or the mayor had not yet had a chance to really get into it in a last-minute meeting, added some new conflicts that, or some new issues that had not been addressed in the previous 2 years. I'm sure we can get through those. But again, I think it's urgent that we take these opportunities and prioritize these economic development opportunities and our partnerships with the university in particular, because we share so much in terms of our common way of succeeding together when we work together better. And I'm glad the administration is on board now, but I do wish we would have done this a lot earlier so that we could take advantage of where we are now in our economy, that things are opening. And I'm concerned that this may delay it unnecessarily. But I have all the encouragement and confidence in the world that we'll do it well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Davis. And before we close on this, I see Councilor Gibson has a comment.
Yes, thank you, Madam President. Actually, what I have is a question, and maybe I missed this in the bill. But what are the boundaries? Can anyone let me know what the boundaries of this district would be?
Yeah, Madam Chair, Councilor Gibson, the boundaries of the district are generally all of the land on South Campus that's owned by the university, as well as a couple of small tracts of development and redevelopment land along Central Avenue at both the southeast corner and the southwest corner of our campus. The city participates in the district by virtue of including an extensive amount of right-of-way, the fire station on Gibson, some other land, so they're participating as well. And through the addition of those street rights-of-way, certain street improvements can be completed that will enhance the area, as well as some transit and other transportation improvements.
So it's not all contiguous then, right? It sounds like there are little islands.
Chairman Gibson, it is all contiguous. In many cases, it's contiguous by virtue of the extension of public street right-of-way.
All right, thank you.
Other questions, councilors? I had a quick question. Councilor Benton, I think this is for you. Do you remember the access that we had for the rail runner at one time to the airport? We did that study. It was some time ago, but this is right in that area, is it not? That we had proposed a kind of a leg to the airport from downtown?
Yes, I mean, I know anecdotally about that, and probably if we want to go back to the mayor's conference room, COO Rael probably knows more about it than anyone. But there is an existing rail right-of-way that goes under I-25 from the main line and up to the airport. And that over the years has been discussed as a possible rail connection. But in and of itself, I don't think this TID would include that specific right of way or project.
Mr. Royale, did you want to comment on that? I just vaguely remember that study, and I was just wondering if.
Madam President and members of the council, the rail corridor that we talked about back in the day when we were developing the rail runner actually is south of the Gibson interchange, if you will, just south of that. And so the UNM property doesn't quite extend that far south, although it does touch on it in one area. However, that we did have a bus route that we had put together. That may be what you're also remembering, which was a platform that was built along the rail line right there in the San Jose area, where we were going to use Cesar Chavez as a bus route, direct connection for special events for both the pit, the sports stadium, and the Isotopes Park. So that was that may be part of that planning process, that the platform still exists, and it may be an opportunity to use Rail Runner, especially for UNM Lobo basketball games, which tend to bring a lot of folks from northern New Mexico. So that could possibly be another conversation piece that might be worthwhile having as we develop the transit corridor around that area.
Thank you. And I suppose we'll have an opportunity to discuss that a little bit further, because this is going to be deferred. So I'd like to have the opportunity to discuss that further with you, Mr. Royale. I don't see any other questions from counselors. So with that, we'll go back to Counselor Benton and Counselor Davis, who seconded to close.
Thank you, Madam President. And yeah, just to reiterate, we're sorry to see that we couldn't move this forward tonight, but there have been some discussions that I and Councilor Davis were not part of. And so we're willing to accommodate those and move a deferral until August 2nd.
Thank you, Counselor. I think we already had a motion on the floor in a second. So I will consider that your close. We will go to Ms. Ortega. Ms. Ortega.
Councilor Bassan.
Yes.
Councilor Benton.
Yes.
Thank you. Councilor Davis. Councilor Gibson.
Yes.
Councilor Harris.
Yes.
Councilor Jones.
Yes.
Councilor Pena.
Yes.
Councilor Sena.
Yes.
Councilor Borrego.
Yes.
9-0 on the deferral to August 2nd.
Thank you, counselors. We will take that up in August. We are moving on to our last order of business, item Q. Councilor Pena and Councilor Sena. This is R180.
Thank you, Madam President. Actually, thank you for voting to put it on the agenda this evening. As you all know, I've had some family stuff going on today. So this is R180 dedicating the section of Coors Boulevard from Central Avenue south to Bernalillo County limits to honor the life and service of Father Graham R. Golden, and to urge the New Mexico State Legislature and the New Mexico Department of Transportation to make the same dedication. I move a due pass, but before we move on, I just, because of everything with my granddaughter, I didn't have an opportunity to ask the counselors. I see that we got Counselor Sena's name on here, and I neglected to look at some of my responses from earlier today. So I see Counselor Bassan will also be co-sponsoring, and I don't know about Counselor, there was another counselor. So anyway, with that, I just move a due pass. As you all know, we don't have jurisdiction over this. They reached out really wanting to, very interested in dedicating Coors Road to Father Graham, and it would be just a dedication. It wouldn't be a renaming of the street. There's a couple of the stations that have said a renaming. This would be just a dedication. So we would then, passing of this, we would then write a letter to the Department of Transportation, to our state legislators. I've spoken with Senator Padilla, Senator Lopez, and they're all, they're both very supportive of this effort. And then also to let everyone know that at the Abbey, they're very, very interested in supporting our efforts with the Speeding Has a Name. And they've actually want to loan Father Graham's name and image to the campaign that we've been working so hard on, so I really wanted to make sure to invite the small working group to be part of this resolution, because it's really part of that ongoing work that that we're doing. And in any other way, they did mention the other efforts that were being talked about now. I don't have anything. They didn't say that other than speeding has a name, but again, I'm sorry for repeating myself. It's been a long day, but I did want to invite the small working group because this is really part of our long-term effort. And I think on July 17th, we haven't gotten it confirmed, but the Abbey wants to hold a large community event, and I'll be purchasing some additional Speeding Has a Name signs with Father Graham's image, and then the family of Erica Chavez will be there, and they're just gonna really ask everyone to come out, take signs, and put them all over the city. So I look forward to that, and I urge your support.
Thank you, Councilor Pena. And it appears that Councilor Sena is seconding your motion. Are there comments from our councilors? Councilor Pena, and to the committee, and I know we can't have 5 councilors, but I would, and I know you want your committee to support this, but I would as well support it. I was out putting some signs in the area of the item that I passed tonight on Universe. When I drove up to put my signs up, there was an accident. So, I mean, it's prevalent all over the city, and thank you guys for what you're doing with this. And with that, if there are no further comments from the council, I don't see any other comments. And Councilor Pena, I'll consider that your close.
Madam President, if I can close, I just want to say thanks again. And yes, I want you to know that anytime we communicate this, we really talk about that it's really the effort of the entire council, that us 4 just happen to be on a small working group, but this couldn't be happening without the support of the entire council. So thank you all very much.
Thank you, Councilor Pena, for starting this. So with that, we will move to Ms. Ortega on the vote.
Councilor Bassan.
Yes.
Councilor Benton.
Yes.
Councilor Davis.
Yes.
Councilor Gibson.
Yes.
Councilor Harris.
Yes.
Councilor Jones.
Yes.
Councilor Pena.
Yes.
Councilor Sena.
Yes.
Councilor Borrego.
Yes.
9-0.
Thank you, councilors. That passes on a 9-0 vote. There is no further business to come before the city council this evening, so this meeting is adjourned. Thank you all.